تيست ما شفته. هذا بلش. تيست. اوكي بالاول هلا بقولها قبل ما بلش. بلش. صباح الخير، اهلا وسهلا فيكم. رح يكون في لايف ترانسليشن للي بده هيدفونز موجودين ورا. أيها الحضور الكريم، يسرني اليوم أن أرحب بكم في ورشة العمل الثانية تحت عنوان نظم زيتون المتعددة الوظائف، والتي تنظمها مصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية بالتعاون مع المعهد الزراعي المتوسطي في خانيا، وذلك ضمن فعاليات مشروع المختبرات الحية عبر الحدود للزراعة الحرجية Living Agro، الممول من الاتحاد الأوروبي خلال برنامج التعاون عبر الحدود لحوض المتوسط NECBC، والذي تشارك فيه كل من إيطاليا، اليونان، الأردن ولبنان. نهدف من خلال لقائنا هذا إلى التعرف على التقنيات والابتكارات الجديدة التي نفذت في نظم زراعة الزيتون المتعددة الوظائف، وإلى تسويق الأبحاث التي تساهم في تطوير هذا القطاع. بداية أعطي الكلمة للدكتور ميلاد رياشي، ممثلا الدكتور ميشيل أفرام، مدير عام مصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية، للترحيب بالحضور.
صباح الخير. يشرفني أن أمثل سعادة مدير عام مصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية الدكتور ميشيل فريم، الذي يعتذر عن عدم المشاركة معنا اليوم بداعي السفر، ومع أطيب تحياته. باسم المدير العام أرحب بكم فردا فردا. أشكركم على حضوركم ورشتنا، كما أشكر زملائنا من المؤسسات الشريكة معنا في مشروع Living Agro الباحثين من إيطاليا واليونان على تكبدهم مشقة السفر لمشاركتنا خبراتهم العلمية في هذا النهار. موضوع لقائنا اليوم هو شجرة الزيتون. هذه الشجرة المباركة والمقدسة والتي تتحدى أقصى الظروف المناخية لتستمر بالحياة والإنتاج تماما مثل شعب لبنان، وخاصة مزارعي لبنان الذين يصمدون ويتشبثون بأرضهم على الرغم من الأزمات التي تعصف بوطننا الحبيب. في الواقع يشكل قطاع الزيتون وزيت الزيتون أحد أهم محركات الاقتصاد اللبناني، ويساهم بشكل فعال في تحقيق الأمن الغذائي وفي توفير حياة كريمة لنسبة كبيرة من سكان الأرياف الذين يعتمدون بشكل أساسي على زيت الزيتون وزيت الزيتون لتأمين قوتهم. هذا القطاع بالإضافة إلى تأمين الحاجة المحلية يساهم بإدخال العملة الصعبة إلى لبنان من خلال تصدير زيت الزيتون البكر الممتاز اللبناني إلى الأسواق العربية والعالمية، وذلك نظراً لخصائصه الفريدة من حيث النكهة والرائحة واللون. لذلك من واجبنا الاستمرار بدعم وتطوير هذا القطاع من خلال استراتيجية عمل متكاملة ترتكز على التعليم ونقل التكنولوجيا ونتائج الأبحاث للمزارعين والمصنعين والمهندسين والتقنيين الزراعيين وكل المعنيين بهذا القطاع. أتمنى أن يكون لقاؤنا هذا مثمراً وأن يستفيد المشاركون من المعلومات التي سيعرضها الزملاء الباحثون اليوم، وإلى لقاءات قريبة وعديدة في ورشات عمل أخرى، وشكراً.
يبقى معنا الدكتور ميلاد رياشة، رئيس مختبر الزيتون وزيت الزيتون في مصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية والمنسق الوطني لمشروع ليفينج أجرو، لتعريفنا عن إنجازات المشروع حتى الآن.
لكن اليوم نحن مجتمعين بإطار نشاطات مشروع ليفينج أجرو، يلي هو مشروع مثل ما قلنا ممول من الاتحاد الأوروبي، وعم يشارك بورشات عمل. نحن اليوم بتاني ورشة عمل، كنا عملنا ورشة قبل عن موضوع الزيتون زيت الزيتون بشهر تموز، وهلا نحن بتاني ورشة ورح يكون لنا بعد ورشة لقدام. بداية رح استعرض شوي شو صرنا مشتغلين بهذا المشروع لحد هلا، ورح نحكي لقدام شوي عن النشاطات يلي رح تستمر بعد لقدام معنا. لكن مثل ما قلنا مشروع ليفينج أجرو هو كروس بوردر ليفينج لابوراتوريز فور أجرو فورستري، أو المختبرات الحية عبر الحدود للزراعة الحرشية. مدة المشروع 36 شهر، وتم تمديدها ل 48 شهر بسبب الأزمة الاقتصادية وبسبب كمان فيروس كورونا. البادجت كنا حكينا عنه تقريبا 3 ملايين و333 ألف يورو بتمويل من الاتحاد الأوروبي بقيمة تقريبا 3 ملايين يورو. The general objective of the project creating 2 cross-border living laboratories to sustain education, research and development and technology. يعني الهدف الأساسي هو إنه نعمل مختبرات حية. كنا عرفنا أكثر من مرة المختبرات الحية هي عبارة عن عملية نقل نتائج الأبحاث اللي عندنا بالمختبرات للمزارعين ومشاركتهم إياها لحتى يجربوا عندهم بالحقل، لحتى ما تضل هذه النتائج بس حبر على ورق، لبل تصير تتنفذ عند المزارعين. الهدف إنه نعمل مختبرين حيين، واحد له علاقة بنظم الزيتون المتعددة الوظائف، وواحد له علاقة بالمراعي الحرجية. أكيد لقاءنا اليوم عن نظم الزيتون. هون كان بلش هو المشروع ب1 أيلول 2019، كان الكيك اوف ميتينج ب 26 و27 نوفمبر 2019 بكالياري. من وقتها بلش المشروع وبلشت النشاطات تبعه، بلشنا ننفذ النشاطات تبعه يلي من ضمنها عملنا ستيك هولدر اناليسيس، يلي كان الهدف منها انه نعرف المزارعين هن لشو بحاجه او المصنعين لشو بحاجه، لحتى نجرب نحن من خلال المشروع انه نلاقي شو في ابحاث، شو في نتائج علميه طالعه عالميا حول ممكن تحل له المشاكل تبعهم، لحتى نتشارك نحن وياهم فيها وننقل لهم اياها. وهذا احد الاهداف تبع جلستنا اليوم، انه ننقل نتائج هذه الابحاث. بالتالي شركة ATM كونسلتنج اللي هي شركة طليانية قامت بتحضير كاستيونير، وهذا الكاستيونير مثلا عندنا بلبنان، نعطيكم التجربة اللي عندنا بلبنان، وزعناه لعدد كبير من المزارعين وجربنا ناخذ هن شو رأيهم عن المعاملات الزراعية، عن كلفة الإنتاج، عن شو أبرز المشاكل يلي بتواجههم هن بقطاع الزيتون وبتسويق زيت الزيتون. فبالتالي كمان تنفذت بإيطاليا، باليونان، بالأردن وبلبنان، يعني بالبلدان المشاركة بالمشروع. تم توزيع هذا الكاستيونير، وهلا بنشوف شوي كيف كان رأي المزارعين بهذا الكاستيونير. تم التواصل مثل ما قلنا مع agricultural producers, food processors, trade associations, public administration, research and academia، لحتى نشوف شو رأيهم. تم التواصل عبر التليفون بسبب الكوفيد، ما كان في مجال نتلاقى فيهم وجها لوجه، والنتيجة بلشت تبين معنا تقريبا بآخر شباط 2021. خلينا نشوف شوي، نستعرض نتفي بشكل سريع شو كانت المشاكل الأساسية. باليونان مثلا كان عندهم مشكلة بأنه يحافظوا على السويل فيرتيليتي ويحسنوا السويل فيرتيليتي، وكمان كان عندهم مشكلة انه استعمال كتير كبير للكيميكالز بقطاع الزيتون، بلبساتين الزيتون. كسوليوشنز كانوا عم يقترحوها هن المزارعين وبالتشاور مع الشخص اللي عم يحكي معهم، اكيد تحسين الفايتوسانيتاري اسبيكتس، نجرب قد ما فينا نكافح الامراض بطرق ما نكلف المزارع كتير، نخفف كلفة الانتاج على المزارع، وبذات الوقت نزيد الانتاج تبع المزارع لحتى نزيد المردودية تبع المزارع. فبالتالي نجرب قد ما فينا نحسن من خلال هودي الانوفيشنز، مثل ما قلنا نخفف كلفة الانتاج ونزيد الانتاجية. بالنسبة لإيطاليا كان عندهم كمان مشكلة كبيرة اللي هي موضوع تقسيم الحيازات الزراعية، اللي هو عندنا كمان مشكلة بنواجهها بلبنان، يلي هي إنه الأرض بتكون أرض كبيرة وبتصير تنتقل من الجد للبي للأولاد، فبالتالي بتصغر هذه الحيازات الزراعية وبصير كتير صعب إنه نقدر نطبق المكننة الزراعية بقلب هذه الحيازات إلا من خلال أكيد تجمعات زراعية أو تعاونيات زراعية. كمان انخفاض بالانتاج خصوصي بسبب التغير المناخي وبسبب فترات الجفاف اللي عم يمرق فيها الاتحاد الاوروبي وفترات الشوب اللي عم تصير بالصيفيه، الشوب الغير اعتيادي. وكمان كان في عنا تحديدا على موضوع الكميات المنتجه وقديش عندها مردود اقتصادي للمزارع. كحلول كانت عم تطرح بإيطاليا هو تحديدا نشدد على الأصناف المحلية ونجرب قد ما فينا نحسن بهذه الأصناف المحلية، نشوف شو الخصائص تبعها ونحسن بهذه الخصائص من خلال أكيد برامج تطوير أصناف الزيتون. كمان تحسين المعاملات الزراعية من خلال إرشاد علمي، إرشاد زراعي مثل الجلسة تبعنا اليوم، لحتى نجرب قد ما فينا ندخل تقنيات جديدة مثل ما قلنا بهدف أساسي لحتى نخفف كلفة الإنتاج ولحتى نزيد الإنتاج. وكمان بذات الوقت موضوع تحسين نوعية زيت الزيتون، وخاصة من خلال اعتماد التقنيات الجديدة، طرق العصر الجديدة مع كل التطوير اللي عم يدخل على طرق العصر، مثل مثلا استعمال الاشياء لحتى تعدل حرارة عجينة الزيتون لحتى ما ترتفع الحرارة، لأنه بتعرفوا مثلا ببعض المراحل من خلال عملية طحن الزيتون بالمطاحن المعدنية اللي هو بالكراشر عم بيصير في عنا ارتفاع بدرجة الحرارة، فبالتالي عم يعتمدوا طرق جديدة هلا كمان لحتى نعدل شوي بحرارة العجينة الزيتون، نخفض الحرارة لحتى ما نأثر على نوعية الزيت. كمان يجربوا من خلال انه يعملوا تجمعات زراعيه، يجربوا يحلوا مشكله تقسيم الحيازات الزراعيه. بالنسبه للاردن كمان كان عندهم مشاكل بالنسبه لموضوع تحسين السويل فيرتيليتي او تحسين نوعيه التربه وتامين الغذاء لشجره الزيتون. كمان عندهم مشاكل، بتعرفوا بالاردن كمان الطقس جاف، عندهم كميه متساقطات قليله، كيف نقدر نستفيد اكثر شيء من كميه هذه المتساقطات لحتى نفيد شجره الزيتون ونحسن لها بالانتاج تبعها. كمان استعمال كبير للمواد الكيميائيه. فكانت هون كحلول لها اكيد يجربوا تنزيد انه كميه الدعم المؤمن للمزارعين، بالاضافه اكيد لتحسين الانتاج وتخفيف كلفه الانتاج. بالنسبه للبنان الموضوع الاكثر بيهمنا يلي هو كمان المشاكل الكبيره بسبب تقسيم الحيازات الزراعيه، كلفه الانتاج اللي هي تعتبر كثير عاليه، من اغلى كلف الانتاج بالعالم كانتاج زيت الزيتون. كمان الصعوبة انه يقدر المزارع خصوصي بظل هذه الازمه انه يحصل على تمويل مثلا من البنوك او من المؤسسات اللي بتمنح مصاري لحتى يحسن بالانتاج تبعه. واكيد كمان في عنا بعض النقص خصوصي بالخبرات الزراعيه عند المزارعين. فكمان كحلول كانوا عم يقترحوها الاشخاص اللي كنا عم نتواصل نحن وياهم، نجرب قد ما فينا نامن هذا التواصل اللي لازم مراكز الابحاث، الجامعات وبين المزارعين والمصنعين، نزيد الإنتاج ونخفف كلفة الإنتاج من خلال استعمال معاملات زراعية جيدة بقلب بستان الزيتون، مثل مثلا استعمال السماد الخضري، مثل مثلا نجرب نحسن نوعية الزيت مثلا باستعمال رعي الدجاج مثلا بقلب بساتين الزيتون لحتى يقدر لنا يخفف لنا من نسبة البكتروسيرا أوليا أو ذبابة الزيتون، أو استعمال مثلا نباتات حوالي بستان الزيتون، وبقلب بستان الزيتون بتجذب أعداء طبيعية للحشرات اللي ممكن تأثر على نوعية الزيتون وعلى رأسها أكيد ذبابة الزيتون. كمان من خلال تدريبات للمزارعين، ومن خلال نحافظ على الناتشورال ريسورسز او الموارد الطبيعيه اللي موجوده عندنا، نجرب قد ما فينا نستفيد من الماء الموجوده عندنا لحتى نسقي شجره الزيتون، لحتى نحسن لها بالانتاج تبعها، نخفف من المعاومه، وكمان نجرب قد ما فينا نشتغل على اصناف الزيتون اللي موجوده عندنا، نشوف شو الخصائص تبعها ونجرب نستعملها. حبيت اعرض عليكم بس هو شويه مشاكل، شويه اشياء لتشوفوا انه كلنا سوا عايشين هذه المشاكل، كلنا سوا بنواجهها، وبنجرب نحن وياكم شوي نلاقي كمان حلول لها. اكيد رح يكون عندنا بعد الظهر فتره نقاش نحن وياكم، نشوف كمان شو عندكم مشاكل وكيف فينا نساعد نحن وياكم لحتى نحلها. ثاني موضوع كنا عم نشتغل عليه اللي هو السياسات الزراعية، إن كان كرمال موضوع الزيتون أو كرمال موضوع المراعي الحرجية. هون صار في تواصل مع وزارة الزراعة مع الوزارات المعنية من خلال فريق بالاتحاد الأوروبي تواصل معهم لحتى أخذ منهم معلومات لحتى نجرب شو السياسات الزراعية اللي موجودة عندنا بلبنان، وكمان ذات الموضوع تم دراسته بالبلدان المشاركة. نتائج هذه الدراسات أو السياسات الزراعية رح تكون قريبا موجودة على البلاتفورم تبع البروجي اللي رح نحكي عنها لقدام. كمان من نشاطات المشروع اللي صارت منفذه لحد هلا في عندنا البي تو بي ايفنتس، يلي مثل البي تو بي ايفنت يلي عم ننظمه اليوم. الهدف منها انه نامن هالتواصل بين الاشخاص يلي عم يعملوا الابتكارات وبين الاشخاص يلي مهتمين بقطاع الزيتون وزيت الزيتون، لحتى نشوف هن لشو بحاجه لابتكارات ونجرب نلبي لهم هذه الابتكارات. كمان عم نعمل الكاتالوج اوف انوفيشن يلي فيكم تشوفوه كمان بالاكياس اللي معكم، يلي بنعرض فيه هذه الابحاث اللي رح نحكي عنها اليوم، ونامن قد ما فينا كونتاكت بيناتهم. بتشوفوا انه يعني مايك باليونان مثلا صاروا عاملين 2 بي تو بي ايفنت، بالاردن بالنار كمان صاروا عاملين، رح يعملوا قريبا بديسمبر رح يعملوا 2 بي تو بي ايفنت، وباللاري هون صرنا منفذين بلبنان 2 بي تو بي ايفنت، وهذا الثالث. عم بيكون في عندنا برزنتيشنز قبل الظهر وبعد الظهر مثل ما قلنا جلسات تشاور. هون فيكم تشوفوا شوي اول بي تو بي ايفنت، بعض الصور لاول بي تو بي ايفنت كانت منفذه بتموز، وهون ثاني بي تو بي ايفنت يلي انعملت باكتوبر على موضوع المراعي الحرجيه. وبننتقل كمان لموضوع الزيارات الحقليه اللي هي فيلد فيزيتس، كمان عم نعملها كمان بهدف انه نشوف لشو المزارعين بحاجه، لاي ابتكارات هن بحاجه، وكيف فينا نحن نساعدهم لحتى يحلوا المشاكل يلي عم ببين معهم بقطاع الزيتون. أكيد بالإضافة لتحسين التواصل بين المزارعين وبين الباحثين. هون بتشوفوا بعض الزيارات الحقلية باليونان مثلا يلي تمت باليونان، هون كمان بعض الزيارات بإيطاليا، هون كمان بتشوفوا بعض الصور للزيارات الحقلية بإيطاليا. وهون بلبنان كمان كنا عملنا بعض الزيارات مثلا هون لمنطقة عبرة لبستان الزيتون، أو زيارة مثلا لتعونية دار بعشتار كمان لحتى نلتقي نحن والمزارعين ونشوف لشو هن بحاجة ونساعدهم. هون كمان زيارات حقلية لتلاميذ جامعات كمان لحتى يشوفوا شو في عنا، شو واقع قطاع الزيتون بلبنان، شو المشاكل اللي بيواجهها وكيف فينا نلاقي حلول لهذا القطاع. كمان من ضمن نشاطات المشروع في عنا توقيع اتفاقيات مع بعض الشركات ومع بعض مراكز الأبحاث والجامعات. هون بتشوفوا كمان بالبلدان الأوروبية كمان عم ينشغل على هذا الموضوع. هون بلبنان نحن مثلا صرنا موقعين اتفاقية مع جامعة القديس يوسف، مع جامعة LIU، وقريبا كمان رح نوقع اتفاقية بضمن البروجي مع الجامعة اللبنانية اللي هي بضمن أبحاث عم نعملها نحن وهذه الجامعات لحتى نطور ابتكارات جديدة أو ننقل ابتكارات جديدة على لبنان وننفذها عند المزارعين بلبنان. كمان في عنا اتفاقيات موقعة مع بعض الشركات مثل شركة البوليكام اللي كان عندها اهتمام أكثر تشتغل على ورق الزيتون، مع بستان الزيتون، مع منارة دايري اللي بهمها كمان تطور مثل مواد ممكن تستعملها بإنتاج الألبان والأجبان بالمعمل تبعها. كمان من بعض الاشياء اللي عم يشتغل عليها اللي هي تطوير ابتكارات بضمن الليفينج لاب 1 مثل ما قلنا قطاع الزيتون. هون بتشوفوا بعض التجارب يلي كمان كنا حكينا عنها بورشه العمل الماضي، مش رح فوت بالديتيلز تبعها بس تشوفوا بعض الصور لها. هون كمان على استخراج ماده الاوليوروبيين يلي هي مضاده للتاكسد من ورق الزيتون. كمان استعمال غطاء نباتي بقلب بستان الزيتون، كمان رح يصير في حكي عن هذه المواضيع اليوم، بالإضافة لاستعمال بعض المعدات الجديدة لنفحص نوعية الزيت وكمية الزيت يلي موجود بقلب عجينة الزيتون. كمان بعض المواضيع اللي عم نشتغل عليها هي الاي ليرنينج موديلز يلي هي مثل التعليم بواسطه الانترنت، يلي رح تصير قريبا متاحه لكل الاشخاص اللي مشاركين معنا بهذا المشروع، انه يقدروا يفوتوا على البلاتفورم على الانترنت ويقدروا يشوفوا برامج تعليميه، يشوفوا محاضرات عن موضوع الزيتون، عن موضوع تحسين انتاج شجره الزيتون، وعن موضوع الاجرو فورستري بشكل اساسي بقلب بستان الزيتون. اخر شيء رح احكي عنه هو الاي سي تي بلاتفورم يلي هي صارت ريدي، وفيكم تفوتوا عليها على الرابط اللي رح نشوفه قدامنا اللي هو هذا الرابط الموجود قدامنا. فيكم تفوتوا عليها تسجلوا بالليفينج لاب 1 يلي هو
You can register to the Living Lab 1. How can we enhance the olive plantation? It is the mindset of our project. All the communication between the farmers and us as researcher will be on this platform. And you can have all your suggestions, questions with experts from Lebanon and abroad. And you can have e-learnings and all the publications on this platform. You can go on the registration page, follow up the procedure, and you can contact us as Larry in order to register you on. Thank you so much.
أما الآن فالدكتور بيتر مبارك مدير مشروع
Peter Mbarak, head of the project, will be speaking with us on the multi-system olive plantations. Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome each and every one of you. I have seen many faces who participated with us, and we have new participants. It shows the importance of the sector, and all the people present here, we are developing, or we are working to develop this sector. We have a lot of potential in it, and it can be enhanced in order to have its participation in the economic Lebanese status. And we have a responsibility, great liability to develop ourselves, to develop this sector. We cannot continue as our ancestors used to do and have same plantations. As Dr. Millet said, this project may not be providing assistance, direct assistance, but it has a main role in transmitting technology and new ideas, and it has also an essential role of encounter. We are here present today. We have agriculture, farmers, researchers, representatives of authorities, associations. Our presence here today is to know each other, because many people don't know each other. This is a mean to know each other and to cooperate in the future. I hope that we will be discussing before noon. We will have many subjects by the Lebanese and foreign experts, and in the afternoon we can speak with them. We will have round table on many subjects, and we will be creating cooperation opportunities with the researchers in Lebanon and the ones coming from abroad. The olive tree is for all the Mediterranean countries with our fellow colleagues, Italian, Greek, and all the other countries. We are opening the opportunity to do great cooperation. Any person from you who has a problem, any person of you who need assistance, you can ask us and we will be opening the road for you through the Living Agro project. Allow me to speak on the agroforestry within the olive systems. Maybe a lot of you know what is agroforestry and others ignore it. And this is why we want to highlight this issue. This is our main goal of this project. Please, can we put the PowerPoint, my PowerPoint? What is agroforestry? It is combining between agriculture and forests. This is why we translate it into Arabic agroforestry. It is not something which is old as terminology, but it's something which is old and we used to have it from ages. It is not something that we have created. We had this in the Mediterranean zone, especially in the olive yards. It is combining between the woody trees and other shrubs or crops, vegetables or fodder ones, and also we may have animals in the yard. If you think about it, it's not something new. All our colleagues, our ancestors used to do it, but we have forgot it. And we need to shed the light again on them. We will see the importance of this type of agriculture in order to have better production and reduce costs. You can see here two pictures. You can see we have wheat with other types of trees. You can see animals within the yards. What are the types of things we can put in our yards? We have the figs, we have other types of things. It's not something which is new. We may be forgetting them. Cactus, for example, as you can see in front of you, and we can enhance them. Also, we can have some crops within the olive teas, such as the wheat, such as sheep, pigs, and any village in Lebanon we are seeing olive trees, and we had also lentils and chipiks and others within. We have also aromatic plantings such as thyme, oregano, and other. It's so important to introduce them again, in addition to fodder, to be used with animals. And at some instances, these animals were eating within these yards. Also in Lebanon, we have sheep and goats in the mountains, and these are the animals we used in our yards. In Italy, I used to see cows, but we may be introducing this in a certain period. Why I am using this agroforestry? I want to speak about it and the benefits in the planting of olives. It will be introducing new crops. We will be planting seeds, and animals, when we bring them to our yards, it will be increasing our productivity and reducing our costs. When we speak about the biodiversity and increasing it, it is reducing the diseases. It's creating something additional in our yards. Here is a comparison between the agroforestry and the monoculture. We can see that we have a balance. According to the individual practices, we have broken this natural balance. We need, at some instance, to go back to the agriculture. We cannot, for example, work without going back to the nature, and the nature should be doing again its balance. For example, we saw that when we have olive trees in a remote area, it is living good without any problems. And the trees we are taking care of, they are not giving the same production. This is why we need to have, again, this natural balance. In addition, this agroforestry is important as it's keeping water, the quality of water, enhancing the type of water, it is purifying the water, and the water would be creating many help to the shrubs, to the trees, and water would go into the aquifers. Dr. Millet said it will be reducing the problems you can see in the picture, and our colleagues will be speaking about poultry under the olive trees. Broccoli you can see here also, as it will be reducing verticillium disease in the soil. In addition to many soil characteristics, as the agroforestry would be keeping the carbon in the soil and reduce the CO2 emissions in the atmosphere, and to reduce the pollution and other problems, climate problems. When I'm speaking about agroforestry, if we allow animals, we will be reducing the biomass, which will be dry in summer, and we will reduce, for example, the fires. If we have a vegetable cover, we will prevent the soil draining. We forgot that at many instances the soil would be drugged if we don't have a vegetable cover. So it's so important to have all these matters. He's not able to change the pointer. Okay, so it worked. Regarding animals, there's something which is very important. The pictures you are seeing are very simple. They are seeing a place where to eat, they can see a place where to rest, and an animal, when he is happy in his life, let's say, he will be reducing his energy, and the animal will not be they will remain strong, will not be weak. We saw the agroforestry, and with the other guys or colleagues, we will go more in deeply in this project, in this subject. These are olive trees. Who knows them? Bshale region, apparently. Dr. Labis will be speaking with us on this issue, and thank you all. Are you hearing me? One question. You didn't speak about doing the land or working the land, because in some villages we are working the land, we are excavating, we are working the soil, let's say. I didn't go into details. I'm just speaking about agroforestry. I'm not speaking about working the lands and things like that. In the afternoon, you can be doing this subject. Here we have two schools, let's say. The farmers, keep your work as you are, and then no, don't do the work, the earthwork. It's very important, sir, and we will be discussing it, but please let us go in the same organization we have adopted, and we can speak with you as much as you want in the afternoon, or by one-to-one discussions if you wish. From the vital technology of the Mediterranean College in Kenya, Dr. Paladis will be speaking with us and giving us his experience in the olive oil sector.
Here in this wonderful country of Lebanon. This is my second visit. I've been here approximately 22 years ago, almost 2000, 2001. I've seen many changes, and for us it's always a great pleasure to collaborate with Lebanese institutions. As you may know, we are a member of an international organization of SIAM, ICAMAS, International Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies. There are 4 institutes. We are localized in Creta, Chania. We have similar climate with Lebanon, I might say. This is a subtropical climate in the western part of Crete. This is our institute, and I have to say this is the second business-to-business event in the context of Living Agro. Milad explained extensively what are the objectives, the aim of this project, and we are very happy that the first business-to-business event was very successful. This is the second one. We organize in collaboration with Larry, and we believe that this might contribute to a very important crop like olive, which is the cornerstone of Mediterranean diet. So I have to say that in my department we have trained more than the last 22 years, more than 130 master students, and among them we had a lot of Lebanese students, and we were very satisfied with their performance and how they advance in their career. So Lebanese students were among the best, and we are always welcome to have students from Lebanon. Very smart, hardworking, and most of them progress in their professional career. So that's why it's a great pleasure to be here. So what will be Although it's going to be a technical talk, I try to be very, considering that the expertise might not be appropriate for a general audience, so I try to simplify as much as possible most of the slides I'm going to present. So this is our institute. It was established in 1985. It's a constituent institute of the International Center of Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies. There are other institutes at Bari, Italy, Montpellier. It was the first that was created in 1965, and Saragossa in Spain. So with regard to our legal status, we are an international organization of European interest, and we have a threefold ambition to propagate common scientific culture for food and agriculture sector. This is our main objective, food and agriculture, work in networks with national agricultural education research institutions, and provide a Mediterranean forum where government can discuss prospects for food and agriculture. So we want to be an instrument for Mediterranean cooperation and collaboration. So let's go back to our main subject of this talk. The olive tree is very important. As you know, it's cultivated in this country, in Greece, in all over Mediterranean countries for thousands of years. We have trees that probably were planted 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, and they are still alive. It is a traditional symbol of Mediterranean diet, is the cornerstone of Mediterranean diet, as I said before. What is very important is that I need kind of a pointer. Okay. What is very important is that at least in Greece, the main objective here with regard to olive oil production is to increase total phenolics. So they want to increase total phenolics above a certain level in order to write on the bottle that there is a health claim for total phenolics, so it's a functional food. So this is the main objective here for the Greek olive oil producers, and this is something that can be accomplished with several ways. One way is through cultivation, through olive oil extraction, so the olive oil mill and how the expertise you have and the technology you use is extremely important for increasing the total phenolic content, but above all is what we might say like the wine sector is the terroir and the cultivar. So the cultivar you cultivate is very important and is a trademark and gives identity to the olive production of each country. So for example, here you have your own cultivars, Baladi, and other cultivars. In Greece we have Koroneiki, so this is a trademark. If you want to export, you need to have an olive oil, which is a monovarietal most of the times, and you to have identity representing the country in order to provide a marketing tool to export. Without identity, you cannot get very high prices in the global international market. And this is very important because, as you can see here, olive oil production now is expanding all over the world. Australia is producing olive oil, Brazil, even Chile, North America, and Mexico, even China is producing. The production is not very high, so the competition is much higher. So if you want to get a very high price, you have to have high quality and you have to have identity. And you have to use whatever tools you have in your hand that are based on the valid, reliable scientific and experimental knowledge in order to support your olive oil. So the extra virgin olive oil can get very high price, and that's why it can be, for people, it can be adulterated with other olive oils of low quality or oils of plant origin. So one of the major issues is how can you authenticate monovarietal olive oil. So this is a problem, and there are several experimental approaches. One is to use analytical chemistry. Analytical chemistry needs a lot of statistics, chemometrics, and sometimes is influenced highly by the environment. So what you can use as an experimental approach this year and to validate your monovarietal olive oil, next year you are going to have a greater variation because the climate is totally different. But there is an approach which can be used as complementary to analytical chemistry techniques, and this is the application of DNA-based experimental approaches where you can get the footprint of your DNA of your monovarietal virgin olive oil, and you can identify the variety from which the olive oil was extracted. So why this is important? As you all know, the olive oil, the extra virgin oil, is a juice. Is the olive juice like the orange juice? So considering this, you have a lot of traces of tissue, you have traces of the olive fruit, and these traces of the olive fruit are comprised of olive cells, and these cells have DNA. So we can extract the DNA from olive juice, and then we can analyze it by using molecular markers. We can identify reliably the genetic identity, the varietal origin of this olive oil. So, what is the target? The target is the DNA, is a linear polymer of genetic information. If we consider that DNA is the carrier of genetic information, it is very resistant and can withstand very harsh conditions. So what are the advantages? The advantage is that you can have multiple molecular markers. For example, a typical olive genome might comprise approximately 3 million SNPs. SNPs are molecular markers, can be used to identify the varietal origin of olive oil. There are many high throughput technologies which can probably to a certain extent automate and accelerate the analysis of a large number of samples. You have a lot of technological platforms that are available, and DNA stable is not affected by environmental conditions. But there is a major problem. The major problem is that if you cannot extract the DNA out of olive oil, you don't have a target and you cannot identify the varietal origin. But up to now, remember when we started this work at around 2000, 2001, we submitted a proposal to the European Union in the context of craft projects. Craft projects were projects between small, medium enterprises and research institutions. So the project in 2001 was rejected because the evaluator said that it's impossible to isolate DNA from olive oil because during the olive oil mill extraction the temperature increases and probably DNA is destroyed. Now since 2001 there are hundreds and hundreds of publications which are using DNA which is extracted from olive oil. So these people were wrong in 2001, fortunately for all of us, and this is getting quite reliable technique to identify the varietal origin of olive oil. Now, a major problem is quantitative assessment. What is their strategy? You can use many molecular markers. You can use SNPs, SSRs, that they require low-quality DNA. What is low-quality DNA? The shorter the fragment of DNA that you are going to target, the higher the probability that you are going to successfully use the molecular markers. So a DNA fragment of 50 base pairs is a much easier and more reliable target compared to a DNA fragment of 1,000 base pairs or 2,000 base pairs. So the shorter your target, the higher the probability to get a successful determination of varietal origin. What are the different application platforms? You can use techniques like lab-on-a-chip, HRM, high-resolution melting, which is a closed-tube approach, and this is the best approach because it doesn't take a lot of steps. After you extract your DNA, you amplify with PCR, and then you analyze in a closed tube, which is very significant. But you need a database. This is a database that we created with a lot of effort approximately 10 years ago when the genomic sequence technology was not available. Now we can sequence your DNA for each one of you with $200. So you can get your whole genome with $200. 10 years ago it was very expensive, but regardless of that, you have this database. Also has several steps. What are the steps? So as you can see here, we have several bands, and this is the Koroneiki, this is the Kalamon. Koroneiki gives you three peaks, Kalamon gives you 2. So this is a simple way to identify and discriminate these 2 cultivars. What you can do, this is a way if you want to discriminate 4 cultivars. If you want to discriminate 4 cultivars, one approach is to use agarose gel, which is not very reliable, but if you go to capillary electrophoresis, you can discriminate all these cultivars with beyond any doubt. This is very important to be reliable, consistent, and your results to be validated. What do we do now? DNA extraction, PCR, closed tube analysis. So we have decreased by around 40% the number of steps that we want to identify the varietal origin. So this is the high resolution melting. What you see here, each different color is a different cultivar. So when you see 3 different colors, it means that we discriminate the 3 cultivars. This is Tsunati, Kalamon, and Koroneiki. So when we use monovarietal olive oils, we take the olive, we extract DNA, we do PCR, we analyze, we can discriminate the 3 cultivars. When we extract DNA from each monovarietal olive oil, and then we mix the DNA, and then we do the analysis, again in different mixtures. So this is Koroneiki and Tsunati. We use 50% in our sample DNA from Koroneiki, 50% from Tsunati, 70% Koroneiki, 25% Tsunati. We do all these mixtures, and again we have the capacity to discriminate all the mixtures except one. So between 95% and 85% we cannot discriminate when we mix DNA. This is with SSR markers microsatellites. When we use SNP markers, we have 6 mixtures, and we can discriminate all 6 different mixtures when we use SNP markers. So SNP markers are more effective. When now we go to the real life. Real life means I extract DNA from mixtures of monovarietal olive oils. Things are getting more difficult here because we can discriminate only 3 mixtures. Now, when we get DNA extracted from mixtures of monovarietal olive, SNP markers again are better. So high resolution melting is more efficient in distinguishing monovarietal olive oils. The SNP HRM is reliable in discriminating olive oil blends, and TRNL is chloroplastic markers that can determine adulteration in olive oil. Is this important? It is. Why? I give you an example. 2 years ago, they gave me a cooperative in Kalamata, in Messinia, Peloponnesos. They called me and they asked me that they export 200 tons of olive oil in France, and the French importer, they want a certificate that validates that this olive oil comes from Koroneiki. So they want to know that the olive oil they buy is Koroneiki olive oil, as the seller claims. So this is something that it's not very difficult. You take an olive oil sample, you extract DNA, and you tell that this is a Koroneiki olive oil. But there is a problem that if you have a mixture, if you add 20% of another olive oil of lower quality, how can you detect that? This is very difficult. This is very difficult. It's almost impossible to detect admixture of another monovarietal olive oil unless you know what you are looking for. If you know what you are looking for, and they tell you that maybe they mix with Tsunati olive oil or Manaki or any other cultivar, then you might be able to detect. But if you don't know what you are looking for, it's impossible to identify adulteration with another monovarietal olive oil. So this is a limitation, but there is no other way to detect this by using analytical techniques. So this is a reliable technique. It's not yet in the market. There are some labs that they are doing this job. Our intention in the context of the Living Agro project is to develop a diagnostic kit, a diagnostic test for a certain cultivars. For Koroneiki, you buy this test. Why? What is the unique thing? What do you patent? You patent the molecular markers. You patent your SNP that can detect Koroneiki. This is quite important. Now, let's move to something, and we give you some data also with some Lebanese cultivar. This is something we were surprised. We had olive oils from different regions and were able to be discriminated. That was a big surprise, to have Koroneiki from one region and Koroneiki from another using a SNP marker, and you get a different curve. So this is a good indication that when Koroneiki comes from different regions, probably the mother plant that provided this plant was different, has different genetic background. Some SNPs are different, which is logical, so it might be able to discriminate cultivars, olive oils that come from different regions. But this is very preliminary results. They need to be validated, because maybe you get a good result and discriminate this year, but next year you might get something different. This is just promising. So when you mix Koroneiki from different regions, you can discriminate. You see the blue and the green peak. You can discriminate. They cluster together. This is a good indication that you can cluster your cultivars together. And this is some Lebanese samples that Milad provided to us. It's North Baladi from Lari and South Baladi. So you see red. North and South Baladi using this particular marker, DCA18, which is a very polymorphic, will not be able to be discriminated with this marker. With another marker might be discriminated. But North Suri and South Suri, they were discriminated very well. So we have the Suri cultivar from the north and the Suri cultivar from the south, and this could be discriminated. That doesn't mean that this is reliable. We need many more monovarietal olive oils from these two regions in order to have a sense of certainty that maybe this cultivar could be discriminated, but you need to have not only this marker, but you need to use another 10 marker at least to be able to say with certain degree of certainty that you can discriminate North Suri from South Suri. This is very important. Why? Because this is a simple technique. You don't need very expensive equipment. You need just a PCR machine to get this result. So maybe one day you are going to have portable systems to detect varietal origin, and you can do it in the olive oil mill. So this is the long-term target, to do it on the olive oil mill, to take your sample while the olive is produced, extract DNA, do your PCR, HRM analysis, and provide a certificate in the olive oil mill that this olive oil comes from a certain cultivar. It has been done for GMO. There are portable systems that can detect genetically modified organisms in agro-food project. So, cost of sequencing is very cheap. Bioinformatic analysis larger, but you can do it in one day. You can identify thousands of SNPs. You can use whatever you want. You can use also neural networks in order to train and improve your SNPs. It's a reliable technique. You can determine varietal origin, but you can use it also for table olives, which is much more easier to be done. So finally, the market is going to decide if this is an approach that can be used by olive oil mills, producers, wholesalers, and cooperatives. And we have to forget that authenticity is a very important marketing tool. If you put on your olive oil that this is 100% Koroneiki or Suri or Baladi cultivar, then you get an identity and you'll be able to export, assuming that the total phenolic and the quality of this extra virgin olive is quite high. So this was financed by a project we were running together with University of Patras, several companies from Peloponnesos, and also from some other companies in which the work of Kostas Blazakis from our lab We collaborate with the electrical engineering department in University of Crete in Chania. We are now, within the next month, we are going to have a smartphone application where you take the picture of the olive fruit and might give you from which cultivar it comes from. So this is the funding alone from Research Create Innovate funding initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Yes, Lamis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pams, for this very instructive and informative presentation. And my question is, in case you are dealing with a mixture and you don't know, but you have a sample with different mixtures, different cultivars, and it will be the case in Lebanon most of the time because we don't have. In case you have a mixed samples of different cultivars coming from Lebanon, as it is the case most of the time. With this approach of SNPs, are you able to differentiate between the Suri South, Suri North, Baladi South, Baladi North, or not yet?
Well, it requires some preliminary work. First, you have to create a database of all the Lebanese cultivars, and then you need to create a database also from the same cultivar from different regions of Lebanon. So then, it doesn't mean it's going to work. But now, considering that the cost of whole genome sequencing is 200 euros, 300 euros, you can sequence 100, 200 samples, and then you can identify, using neural networks and bioinformatic analysis, you can identify SNPs, for example, that can discriminate Suri North, Suri South. But this even, it doesn't mean that what you analyzed from the tree you analyzed is representative of the North Suri olive oil or South Suri olive oil. So again, there is a question mark, but there is a great possibility you can have as an indication that this is a North Suri or South Suri. Now, for identifying the olive oils in a mixture from Lebanon, for example, you can identify, because it's much more easier to identify SNPs for a single cultivar that are very consistent regardless of where the olive tree or the olive oil comes from. There are very conserved regions of the genome of Suri cultivar, so you use SNPs from conserved region of a specific cultivar, you develop your strategy from this conserved region, and then you'll be, with higher certainty, you can say that what you see is Suri. It's very difficult to say North or South Suri unless you know what you are looking for, but if you have 10, 20, 50 cultivars here, I'm sure with the bioinformatic capacity there is now, you can develop, and within 3 days, 4 days, you might have an answer of how many cultivars are in the mixture. But it's probably impossible to say the percentage of each cultivar, but you can say that there are 3 or 4 cultivars with certainty, considering that the bioinformatic capacity there is now. And you can identify SNPs that can tell you this SNP is always in Suri. So when I detect it, there is Suri olive oil in my mixture. Yeah.
Hello. I know your system will work fine with Tunisia, Algeria, with all the countries that produce olive oil, because this is a system where you are selling bulk olive oil and somebody else will put it in bottles and sell it, as Algerian, Tunisian, Moroccans, and Greek. For Lebanese, this is only can do in one favor for us. Most of our olive oil are monovarietals, except for some olive where our grandfathers used to plant many trees next to each other. So the only thing we can do in this ADN technology is when you produce your olive oil, take a map with your ADN confirming that you are a monovarietal. I think this is the easiest way when you present your olive oil to the world with your identity, with your ADN. This is how it works with us. I think this is the best solution. So you have your olives from Iruni, from Suri, and you have the IDN to prove it, and this is how authenticity will take. I think this is how it will be benefit for Lebanese olive oil, because ADN for olive oils are for people who are selling in bulk, and practically Lebanon don't sell in bulk. It sells in monovarietals and small producers.
Good. Thank you. No, I agree.
This is how it should be.
You know, it has to go to the, now when, because we visit many olive oils during this season, and if you go to very large olive oil mills, you know, they do a very simple analysis in terms of quality in order to determine the price of their product and to pay the producer. But when you take the olive oil outside and you store it in a tank, now there it's very easy because you know what you have in your tank. You can take 2, 3, 4 samples and you can analyze directly and give a tag. And you say, this is Suri cultivar, or this is Koroneki. This is a very good system. Now, with regard to bulk, this is important because, you know, there are several, at least European Union regulations, when it comes from another country, it's using this, if it comes from Tunisia, let's say, or Algeria, it comes the olive oil from their cultivars, unless they grow some Italian cultivars or Koroneki or whatever. Now, if they grow their own cultivars, it's easy to detect the adulteration because it's a qualitative test, it's not quantitative. So you say, this is Tunisian olive oil that I found it in a bottle that was bottled in Italy or another country. So this is a way to fight adulteration. I mean, I know that in Italy, Carabinieri are using in CNR lab that they do some of these tests on olive oil authentication in Perugia. So they are using this test. So if it comes from another country, is another cultivar, you can easily detect it and you can say this is not from, is not produced in Italy or in Greece. In Greece, as you say, you have this problem. Currently, we export around 30,000 tons, which is not a lot. It's around 20% of our production. We consume a lot of olive oil, around 60%, but the rest, it goes bulk to Italy. So this is a problem, but this is mostly a managerial issue that has to do with how people are dealing with their olive oil. Yes, it's a managerial issue, but this technique, if you detect the cultivar, it's a way to be able to control the market, to have an idea where the olive comes from and in which country it is mixed. So it's something that might help authorities if they want to identify. If they don't want, it's okay, it's not a problem. If it is high quality, then everybody's happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
بليز كرمال الأسئلة من بعد الظهر رح يكون في سيشن خصوصي. اوكي. نستضيف دكتور أدولفو روزاتي من مجلس البحوث والاقتصاد الزراعي إيطاليا ليتكلم عن شجرة الزيتون، الهليون البري والدجاج في زراعة مختلطة.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be in this beautiful country. I will try to go fast because we're a little late. So we'll hopefully have more time in the afternoon to catch up if there are many questions. So we already have seen that olive trees used to be grown in monocultures, in polyculture, sorry, but in the last century, most everywhere, especially in Europe, they have become a monoculture. And as a monoculture, we know when you grow only one crop and keep the soil always tilled, you run into problems like erosion, soil fertility loss, biodiversity loss, and loss of opportunity to make some money. And so nowadays, especially in Italy and northern Mediterranean areas, farmers are going back to green mulching because of all the advantages in terms of services, ecosystem services, soil protection, etc. So my question is, if we're going back to green mulching, why are we not growing something that we can sell as a crop? Just like Peter was saying. So a little bit of ecophysiology. Does it make sense to have a crop under olive trees? Olive orchards are evergreen and they cast shade even in winters. So do you have enough light for crops? Well, it turns out that olives produce the highest oil yield when they intercept only 50% of the light. If you put olives close together, they shade each other, you actually lose in oil. That means that 45% of the light is not usable in an olive orchard. And if water's not limiting, like in winter, then you can grow a crop. Additionally, in a modern olive orchard, oftentimes there is more light in the center, way more than 45%, up to 65% in the center of the alley. So there is an opportunity to grow crops. Additionally, olive orchards take years to become full size, and in all that time, you have plenty of extra light that should be used, and it's commonly not used. So yes, it makes sense to grow some crops in the olive orchard. But what can we grow? If you look at the pyramid of added value, the value of other crops you can grow, if you exclude pharmaceuticals, which it can be very lucrative and expensive, but hard to get sometimes or sell, the next best thing is probably food. So growing fruit crops in the olive orchard is definitely a priority in the choice of crops. But the next speakers will talk about this, so I will skip this part. But in terms of food, I just want to mention that many times in the olive orchard, without doing anything, you have a lot of weeds, and many of these weeds are traditional vegetables that we just forgot to use. So if you have them without doing anything, using them, it's an opportunity that you might want to consider. And there are many, many species that grow in the olive orchard that are edible, many more than one things. Different traditions have different uses for them, but in many places, people don't know most of the edible ones or don't use them regularly. So I don't have time to talk about each of these things, of course, but this is just to show you how many there are. And this is a typical food prepared in my area with wild greens. And these are books of mine on the subject, but they're in Italian, so they're probably not very useful for you. But anyway, my message is don't throw away food. If food spontaneously grows in your olive orchard, maybe it's good to know and to use it, whether it's for self-consumption or it's for market purposes. But the next best thing you can grow in your olive orchard is feed for animals, livestock. Peter mentioned this. The green mulch that we're growing on in our field can be grazed by a variety of animal species, livestock species. Additionally, when you make oil, you make olive residues, olive cake. And when you remove the pits from this cake, that's great feed for animal in the right dosage. It's also good for the animal health. It's also good for the quality of the product. I don't have time to get into details. We can discuss it later, but just keep in mind that this is a possibility. Additionally, when you prune olives, they're evergreen. Your pruning material is a great forage. And most times these days, this forage is not used. It can be used back into being feed. And fallen fruits, whether before or during harvest, are also an additional feed potential for coming from an olive orchard. So you see there is plenty of opportunity to produce feed in an olive orchard, which nowadays are mostly completely ignored. This is a big wasted opportunity to valorize this feed. But the orchard doesn't provide just feed for the animals. It also provides shelter, for instance, and shade, and sometimes protection against predators. Think raptors and chickens, for instance. Animals do need shade, and with the climate change scenario, they will need more and more shade. And this study from the USDA estimates $1.2 billion loss yearly just for the dairy sector in the United States. Imagine the scale of profit loss from heat stress, animal heat stress, on a world scale on the whole livestock sector. We're talking about dozens, perhaps hundreds of $billions. And if you don't have trees, you might have to provide shade with less effective means. But in turn, the animals provide services to the tree. There's complementarity here. So for instance, animals can give you the weeding that's necessary when you green mulch an olive orchard. They can provide the fertilizing for the olive orchard, and in some cases they can do pest control. Think of oziorhyncho, I'm not sure how to call it, and chickens. So here you see that the chickens have excessive weeding. You don't want to get to a desert like this, but this is to show you the power of this animal. It's up to you to use them to the right extent. They can do any weeding you want. And if you Google weeding with geese, you'll find plenty of information of geese being used for weeding. So my message today is, from now on, look at animals not only as a target of production, but they can be workers. If you let them do what they know what to do, they can be your workers. They work for free. They work 24 hours a day. They don't have holidays. They don't complain. And most importantly, they like to do it. They'd rather do it than not be able to do it. So now I will speak more in depth about the one particular case study, combining olives, wild asparagus, and meat chickens. Why grow olives? Why grow asparagus? Well, it is a new crop, so there's no information on how to grow it, but it does sell. People sell it. It's already on the market, so you don't have to be too creative about marketing it. The market exists. It has an interesting price, and it grows naturally under olive trees. If you abandon an olive tree or don't till it frequently, you normally get wild asparagus. It's starting to be sold on GDO in supermarkets as well. I have been working on how to produce seedlings from the seed. The seeds are a little bit dormant. You have to know how to treat them, and you plant them, you produce the plants. These are the transplants ready to go in the field. It grows naturally on the olive orchard. It likes the same climate. It likes the same soil. It volunteers oftentimes. So my motto is, if there is an olive tree, there is room for an asparagus plant. So we planted under asparagus, traditional olive orchard, as well as under a super high density olive orchard. These are the asparagus a little bit later. This is straw mulching instead of plastic. And this is an adult asparagus cultivation with an adult olive cultivation. What we observed is that the asparagus do not change the yield of the olive, which is on top, so it doesn't suffer from the asparagus, it's the same. The asparagus is a little bit less productive because of the shade, of course. On the other hand, the spears are of higher quality because they're less fibrous in the shade, so you can use more of it. But once you plant asparagus in the orchard, that weeding becomes more of a problem. You got the asparagus in the ways. The field is not accessible as much. So we asked the chickens to help. Why free-range chickens? Well, consumers increasingly look for free-range chickens, the happy, healthy image of chickens, as opposed to conventional poultry, which is suffering from image, antibiotics, and all kinds of problems. But some authors think that free-range chickens are actually less sustainable than intensive chickens. Why? Because they need more feed to produce 1 kilogram of meat. And feed is the main impact. So if you need more feed, the impact is greater. The other problem is that they need land to graze. And land is an environmental impact. When you occupy an hectare of land for agriculture, that's environmental impact. On the other hand, we don't need more land if we let the chickens graze in an existing orchard. The orchard is already there. So you're saving environmental impact occupying land with grazing chickens. So we tested 2 to 3 cycles of 1,000 chickens per hectare. Each cycle is about 90 days. And these are the semi-movable chicken housing. You can see they are really effective weeders. You don't need to mow the orchard if you have chickens. Just look what they can do. We also calculated the fertilizer contribution of those 2 or 3 cycle chickens in an hectare of olives. They do eat the fallen olives. That's a stone. This is many stones. They eat a lot of grass, of course, but eating grass doesn't mean you're saving any feed, because chickens eat grass like we eat salad, but they still need their grains just the same. This is again from their crop. They can also destroy olive sucker if they're there in spring when the sucker appear. Of course, you need the right breed of chickens. This is a slow-growing bird, a traditional bird. You see on top, that's what a slow-growing bird does all day long. It grazes the whole orchard. The one below, it's a modern breed. So that breed is free, but it does not range. What's the point of having free range if the chicken does not range? Then that's not a free-range chicken. So, of course, you need the right breed. Now, of course, you need fencing to keep the chickens in, and this can be expensive, and it might be a limiting factor for many farmers, I suspect, also in Lebanon. And so if that's your condition, don't give up yet. There is another solution, mobile chicken tractors. These are bottomless cages where the chickens are caged, but they can graze just as much because it's not bottom. You move the cage every day, and this is a cage that's been moving up and down the vineyard, and so you see behind the cage the grass is growing back. After 1 month, the cage goes back to initial start, and it starts over the cycle again. And this system can be scaled up. This is Polyphase Farm, Joel Salatin, Virginia, United States. About a few thousand birds in those cages. This is how you move them. You can do this in an olive orchard just as well. And they keep the predators out. So they combine the advantages of fencing, caging with the advantages of free range. We evaluated the advantages of combining chickens with olive trees with a life cycle assessment study. I don't have time to discuss the details here. I have to catch up with time, but in brief, you're saving land because you're giving grazing to chickens without occupying additional land. And if the chickens provide fertilizing and weeding, you're saving fertilizing, weeding, and olive orchard, which happens to be the two things that have the most environmental impact when you grow olive trees. So if you're saving that, you're saving 99% of the olive cultivation impact. And there are other advantages because of animal health, because manure is better than chemical NPK, and all of that. So in summary, 1 hectare of this system produces as much as 1 hectare of olives, plus 0.7 hectare of asparagus, plus 1 hectare of free-range chickens, all in 1 hectare, all the while reducing the environmental impact of the whole thing. There is a free online manual, but unfortunately it's in Italian. I don't know, Google Translator may help you if you're interested. There's a YouTube video, it's again in Italian. I should put subtitles. Another manual online, everything free online. Some numbers, I hope I have a couple of minutes. We have 5 billion chickens in Europe and 5 million hectare olives. If we put all the chickens in all the olives, it will be only 1,000 birds per hectare. That's very, very doable, potentially. It's not gonna happen, but it's just perspective. And if we did all of this, I'll make it short, we'll be saving a lot of fertilizer and a lot of million tons of CO2 emission equivalent. So in conclusion, we use chickens, but as I mentioned, when you graze the chickens, you still have to feed them the same amount of feed because grass, they don't eat grass as a buck. They eat grass as a condiment, let's say, as a side dish. So if instead of chickens you use sheep, then you would be saving their feed because grass is what sheep eat. It's not an additional product. And so the environmental impact would be reduced even more because you'd be saving hectares of grazing land. And as you probably know, agriculture contributes about 1/4 of anthropic greenhouse gas emissions, and most of these are due to the livestock sector, and most of these are due to growing feed for the animals. And we have about 150 million hectares worldwide of permanent crops, which are mostly not combined with grazing, and we're not mostly, their pruning material and their green mulch is not exploited. If we exploited that as feed, we would save a lot of hectares of land, and it would probably make a big contribution in reducing the environmental impact of agriculture. I'm finished, but just a few examples to show you that these ideas are not just, they're starting to be considered elsewhere in the world. This is Australia, I believe, employing sheep for vineyard work. This is California. Again, sheep can be trained not to eat the grapes. I can tell you more later if you want. Ducks eating grass in South Africa, vineyard. Ducks are also insect eaters. They also eat the insect that transmit viruses and stuff. So this is very interesting for flavescens doré, the main disease of grapes. Geese in a vineyard in Italy. Nurseries, other example, wooden eggs in England, apple orchard in England, black pigs in Spain. Last but not least, Brazilians claim that planting trees in their cow pasture will absorb more CO2 than the cows are emitting, so they claim that their beef is neutral, carbon neutral, and they use this as a promotion marketing tool for selling their stuff. So why not carbon neutral olive lamb or chicken in Lebanon? And with this, I'm done.
سيعرض لنا الآن دكتور سبيروس ليوناكس الأستاذ الفخري في زراعة الأشجار بجامعة البحر الأبيض المتوسط اليونانية محاضرتين متتاليتين، الأولى بعنوان تداخل محاصيل أشجار الزيتون والبقوليات، والثانية بعنوان تداخل محاصيل أشجار الزيتون والأفوكادو.
You can start now.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. I'll be very happy to present two works the next hour. So the first one is the intercropping of olive trees and legumes, and it is a practical thing developed recently in Greece. Actually, traditionally, olive groves were cultivated with cereals and legumes in Greece about 40, 50, 60 years ago. But this type of land use stopped to be done in this way. Then modern systems of olive cultivation started after the 30s, 40s. And, but now, recently, this practice has been again very popular, and people starts to use the cultivation of legumes with olives. And this practice started because cultivation of olives and legumes were used mainly to increase the nitrogen of the soil. Now, the methodology of this practice is the following. When the olive harvesting finishes, and normally here in this area, this end of the harvest period is normally the middle of December or the end of December. So immediately after that, from then late December to mid-January, a legume is sown on the soil, preferably veg. So this veg is sown in the whole olive orchard area. So about 12 kilograms of veg seed are needed per strema. So the veg grows during the winter rainy season. Now, on your left picture, you can see soil with cultivation of soil. So this is done with cultivation of soil. And on the right picture, you can see sown veg without cultivation of soil. And this is the important thing. So we can avoid cultivation of soil and to have the veg to grow very nicely on the soil under the trees. Now, this legume gives nitrogen in the soil, about 12 to 15 nitrogen units per strema. Strema is 1/10 of an acre, or one fourth, four strema make 1 acre, or 10 strema make 1 hectare. So this is a unit that you can increase. Anyway, this nitrogen, the 12 to 15 nitrogen units is too much, and plus the organic matter from the veg, which is left on the soil, is good. Now, this amount of nitrogen is translated to 60 to 75 kilograms of ammonium sulfate per strema as equivalent, or 3 to 3.75 kilograms of ammonium sulfate per tree. Now, if we consider that an olive tree needs per year about 100 grams of pure nitrogen, this quantity of nitrogen, which is blocked in the root system of the legume plant, is too big and is very too big. Now, also you can use other legume plants as broad beans, Vitia faba, which are seen here, and also lupins. If the soil is free of has not calcium, you can use lupins. And all these lupins actually give more nitrogen than the Vitia and veg. Now, the technique is the following. If there are weeds in the grove, they can be cut, they can be removed before sowing using a brush cutter, unless the weeds are oxalis. Oxalis is a very useful weed for olive cultivation, for the olive orchard. It is a beneficial weed which may be left on the grove when veg is planted. So the best is if we have veg, if we have oxalis, as we can have in the left picture. So we sow the seeds of the legume seeds on the soil, and the legume grows very easily. And when oxalis dies in the beginning of March, then the legume plant is left on the soil. Now, on the right picture, you can see an orchard with many weeds except oxalis, or both. In that case, these weeds must be cut in order to give the opportunity to the leguminous plant to grow more easily. Now, this is oxalis. This is a weed which is really very beneficial for the orchard because it keeps the soil aerated during the winter, protects from erosion, and is not producing seeds. So it takes minerals from the soil, but when it dies, gives back the minerals, the nutrients that takes, they are returned on the soil. Now, at the end of March, when this when the plant it blooms, it should be cut near the soil level with a brush cutter. The cuttings can be left on the soil to decompose, and or they can be incorporated into the soil by using machinery. Now, if there are branches left over after tree pruning, the branches of olive trees and the cuttings can be shedded together before incorporation into the soil. So this is a practice which is very useful and very economical. Otherwise, if we can destroy the leguminous plant separately. Now here you can see the tractor which makes the fragmentation of veg at the end of March with a grass cutter operated with tractor. So this is with tractor. But alternatively, and this is very important, the legume, in that case the veg, can be sown only in the area under the crown of the tree, leaving only the base of the trunk clean. For this, in this case, approximately 300 grams of seeds are required for each tree. So in this case, we save money because we use less veg instead of using that for the whole area. This is the situation. This is a small olive tree, and you can see the veg around the tree under the canopy. In that case, actually, in this case, the quantity of veg is less than 300 grams, about 150 grams, because the olive tree is small. Now, the grass, which is dead nearby, is the body of the oxalis. So oxalis, that period, at the beginning of March, dies, so keeps the soil clean. And we have only the veg around the tree. Here is another picture from another orchard, and you can see the veg to be sown around the tree. Now in the middle, you can see some wood which has been produced from the cuttings from the pruned shoots. This is a good practice, and because the soil is this wood is incorporated in the soil and increases the organic matter of the soil. So the pruned shoots are cut in small pieces. After 1 year, 1 or 2 years, they fermented naturally. Then they are spread on the soil. The veg gives the nitrogen, and the pruned branches give the organic matter of the soil. Now, this is a typical orchard. In the middle is the soil is clean because the oxalis are already died, and the veg is under the trees. Now, in this case, we can cut the veg with a shoulder grass cutter because it is under the tree only. It's very easy. And in that case, a worker can cut the veg in about 300 olive trees in 1 day, 9 hours. So it is not so expensive, and it's very efficient. And so you avoid to use tractors which compress the soil under the trees, and it's difficult to move, so they consume more petrol and so on. Also, can be used also small machines like this one here in order to cut the veg during the flowering period. So this is something that is used for some years. The soil is very rich in nitrogen, and normally the nitrogen that is blocked inside the root system of the veg is enough to support the growth and productivity of an olive tree for 3 years. So the whole process is simple, quick, and inexpensive. Irrigation is not needed after sowing because the rainfall at that time of the year is generally sufficient for veg to thrive. So by this method, we save money by reducing the needs for chemical fertilizers, nitrogen mainly. We use efficiently the rainwater. The soil is enriched with nitrogen, about 10 to 15 units per stem, as I said before, and organic matter. Also, the microclimate of the orchard is improved. The soil leaching is minimized, and the ground also is minimized, and the ground pollution from the chemicals that we use. So this technique reduces the root system suffocation, increases the porosity and drainage and aeration of the soil, also hosts beneficial insect fauna, and averts problems with weeds due to the rapid germination of the veg and its allelopathic effect. This is the benefits from this technique. So veg stores can store enough nitrogen in its root system to suffice for each olive tree for almost 3 years, as I said before. This means that farmers both save money by reducing their need for inorganic fertilizers and reduce the amount of nitrogen leaching. The fixed in the legume roots nitrogen is continuously available to the olive plant, and this is very important. The plant uses the nitrogen when it needs it. It is different from the way that the nitrogen is applied on the surface of the soil, because this nitrogen can be destroyed by the sun or by the rainwater, and can be moved in other areas, in the rivers. Now, there are some limitations. Adequate rainfall is needed after sowing because for the good, successful germination of it. And this is not usually a problem during the winter in Greece, in the south of Greece, or in northern Greece, because we have plenty of water this period. And also, the other limitation is that if there are weeds other than oxalis in the olive grove, they must be cut before sowing, because in order to give priority to the veg to grow alone. Now, if desired, the veg crop can be also harvested for use as animal feed. So we can combine also the sheep or goats and olive cultivation. Also, sometimes if we do crop cultivation with the cereals such as barley, in addition to the veg, this mixed cultivation can offer even more benefits since veg can climb on the cereals, and both crops can be harvested more easily, and be used for animal feed. Okay, thank you for your attention. Questions?
لا موجود معي.
هلأ كمان رح يقدم الدكتور سبيروس ليوناكيس محاضرة تانية تحت عنوان تداخل محاصيل أشجار الزيتون والأفوكادو.
Okay, so the second session is relevant to the previous one. Here we have intercropping of olive tree avocado. Avocado is a new crop in trees the last 40 years, and this is very economic farmer. And on the other hand, the olive is stable income, but it's not too much money for avocado. So the idea was to make an intercropping of olive trees and avocado. This is because the place where avocado is grown are very limited here small area, not more than 1 hectare, the biggest one. And the same also is the same situation also is for the olive orchards. So the idea was to make intercropping of both crops, avocado and olives, because there are many benefits for both the environment and also for the farmers. Because there is a financial advantage giving due to the high selling prices of avocados. So this combination seems to work very, very efficiently. So there is the olive fruit fly is a big problem, and in Greece, and it is a lot of pesticides are used to control it. So it's in most of the olive oil, most of the olive produced sometimes is contaminated with chemicals. So the farmers can introduce more biodiversity into the rural ecosystem by planting avocado trees between widely spaced olive trees. And when I say widely spaced olive trees, I mean the space between the olive trees on the road to be at least 7 meters, 7 to 8, 7 to 9 meters. And this is the common situation in Greece. Most of the orchards are spaced in 8 by 8 meters or 9 by 9 meters, and the minimum is 7 by 7 meters. So this cultivation of both of these trees makes easier for the natural enemies of olive fruit fly. We know that the olive fruit fly has a lot of enemies, insects mainly, which are parasites for the olive fly, and these live on the olive tree, live on the ground, but also now they can also live also on the avocado if we do this intercropping. Now, the methodology is that is an olive orchard. In this case, we have mainly coronated variety, but all this experiment was done in the coronated variety. And at a distance 7 by 7 meters or more, we plant avocado trees. And we can plant the cultivars that are kept more or less small, like Hass, Lab Hass, or reed. But we have also to grow bacon or zutano for maximizing the likelihood of pollination. We avoid to put further because further is becoming very big, so we have to reduce that more difficulty. So we plant halfway between each pair of olive trees in a row to create a distance at least 3.5 by 7, or if it is the distance of planting is 8 by 8, it will be 4 by 8. So we leave between the rows 7 meters or more in order to do our agricultural work. So the harvesting of olives, to do the pruning of the trees, and also generally for the movement of the farm machinery. Here is an olive orchard planted with avocado in this way. This particular orchard is the distance between the trees is 8 by 8. So the avocado is planted in the middle between two trees. But here is younger, it is 2 years old. Here also, now the net which is around some trees is used in avocados for the first year in order to avoid the plants, to help the plants to grow better, to make root system, so avoid the dehydration of the loss of water for the plant. Now, this is the space between the rows. It is 8 meters in this way. So this is the trees, and as you see, the movement of machinery, tractors can be very easy on the soil. Also, by the way, on the soil, you can see some pieces of wood. This is the residuals for destroying after the pruning. We have destroyed the wood, so the wood is left on the soil and enriches the soil with organic matter. And this is done every year. Now, there are some limitations. The pruning of both olives and avocados is more than important. It's essential to keep the size of both kinds of plants small in order to receive adequate exposure to sunlight. Normally in Greece, there is a tendency for the olives to leave the olives trees to become very big, and also avocados to become very big. But the practice has shown that the avocados and olives can be smaller in size and to be equally productive as they were big. So there are 2 pruning periods mainly for both plants. One is after harvest time, and the second is late summer. The problem is that we must use a separate irrigation system for each plant, one for each kind of tree, because the needs for water for the olives is different from the need for water for the avocados. Normally, olives need less water than avocado. So this is an orchard, and this is the pruning, which makes the plants shorter, smaller, in order to be able to accept also avocados in the middle. Now, this is the way that these trees can be shortened, becoming smaller, and then to be kept in this size every year. And this is the ideal olive tree size. Very old trees, maybe they are more than 50, 60, or 100 years old, pruned in this way in order to accept the avocado trees between them. Also, the size is important, must be pruned, but we know that pruning helps the plant, all plants, to be more productive than not pruning them. Here is an avocado tree, never pruned. And avocado is becoming big and big, and this particular tree is more than 40 years old and produces something like 700, 800 kilos of fruits. But we don't need such avocado trees in order to be to make money. This is the way that avocados are grown recently in South Africa, in Peru, in Chile, in some high density orchards, and the plants are kept small, and the distance between the plants is 2.5 by 2.5. And so these plants are producing in the area more fruits than the high space avocado. So this idea will be used here. Look here, this is the pruning of avocados. This is a small avocados which we need to have between the olive trees. Small size. So these plants are very productive and produce, if they are pruned every year, twice a year, they produce every year fruits, and are really, it's very economic this way. Now, the separate irrigation system, you can see the tubes, irrigation tubes on the soil. The one tube is for olives and the other one is for avocados. Normally, avocado needs water more than olive, at least 4 to 5 times more water than it. So for the beginning, because this technique is almost new in this area, but later on, we'll see if maybe the irrigation of avocado will be less than it is becoming now. Now it is done every other day with small quantities of water, but later on maybe every week. But this will be we will see about that later, after 2 or 3 years. You see in the row, sorry, of avocados, this protected by the net. Now, this type of intercropping can increase the farmer's income, but also benefits the environment because it decreases the erosion while enabling higher carbon storage. We have bigger foliage per area, per unit area, so we have higher carbon storage. Also from the pruning, which is done every year, every two times per year, also we have the foliage, which also is incorporated on the soil and gives also more organic matter, and so we store really carbon. So, but also creates a better microclimate and an improved habitat for many animals, birds, insects, etc., increasing biodiversity, so that less pesticide is likely to be used for olives, mainly because avocado can be grown without any use of insecticides because it does not have insect enemies. Now, by increasing overall feed production, this sustainable type of intercropping can help to compensate for olive farmers, compensate the low income due to climate change, to compensate the biennial bearing. As I explained before, we have every year production because we do continuous pruning, to compensate for the high production costs and also to compensate for the low olive oil selling prices. Now, some limitations for this practice. A specialist should evaluate the growth location, water, and soil to see if appropriate conditions exist for this type of intercropping to succeed. You know, this is because avocado is very selective in the soil. It needs soils which are light, not to hold water, does not need too much calcium in the soil, and also the water must be of good quality without chloride, without boron. So these things must be solved before doing this. We need too much water because avocado needs water. So if we don't have water, we cannot do that. And also, pruning knowledge is essential because the shade affects the production of avocado knowledge. And this is maybe for me the most important thing, that pruning, because pruning is not done correctly, even in olive trees in this area. It's very difficult to do the proper olive growing. And normally, what the farmers are doing, they give a lot of nitrogen to the trees. They do plenty of growth, and then after 2 or 3 years, they come back and they destroy this big growth. So the problem is to have plants to grow very, very uniformly without spending too much money. Now, if we intercrop also nitrogen fixing plants, the legumes, as I said in the previous speech, will be very good because we have intercropping of 3 plants, olives, avocados, and a leguminous plant. By this way, we enrich the soil with microbiome, we increase the fertility, as I explained in the previous speech. Also, increase the biodiversity and lower the costs. And this would reverse soil degradation while producing higher quality foods. I think that this will be very important for the next years in olive orchards that have they can accept avocados. It is a very good practice because the income is really increased very much. Okay, thank you very much.
هلا رح ناخد كافي بريك، بنرجع على 12 إلى 5 بنكمل مع باقي الابتكارات. بليز فينا نبلش؟ بليز إذا بتسمحوا. والآن سيلقي دكتور باناجيوتس كاليدس محاضرة ثانية حول أداة لتحديد الأنماط الجينية الوراثية للزيتون التي تتحمل الملوحة.
Thank you. This is a second presentation on an idea we are developing now on how to identify olive genotypes tolerant to salinity. So this is Maich again, and this is some information about our institute, the second round, I could say, where we have a large multicultural scientific family. We have around 120 visiting faculty every year from 13 different countries, and around 130 to 140 students in total. We have 5 master programs: business economics and management, geoinformation in environment, in environmental management, horticultural genetics in biotechnology. This is the master course that I run, sustainable agriculture, food quality, and chemistry of natural products. And then we have a unit where is a small seed bank. So this is an idea that we developed based on a paper that is under revision now in Cells, and has to do with long salinity stress in 4 Greek olive cultivars. So this is an experiment. One student, Faten, also is a Lebanese and was instrumental in setting up this experiment a few years ago. She works on Larry. And we decided to grow 1-year-old olive trees on barrels of 90 centimeter long. Why? Because the olive rooting system, it goes up to 1 meter deep in the soil. So we grow them on sand and perlite, and this was a way to kind of simulate olive field growing conditions. So it's a different thing to grow olive trees in an environment when the rooting system can grow all the way, and it's a different thing to grow young olive plants in tissue culture or in small pots. There is a difference there. So we designed an experiment. We had 4 Greek olive cultivars. 2 of them are Vanitoia and Levkoia that are tolerant to salinity. This is something we know from previous experimental work and publications. And 2 other cultivars are sensitive, Koroneiki and Gaidureia. So after a 90 days exposure to salinity during the summer, this is an experiment we performed twice, and we could see significant differences on leaf size. So this is something, Koroneiki is very sensitive to salinity, so the leaves were smaller. We could see also peripheral necrosis on the leaves. We could see a decrease in growth because you have issues of photosynthesis, and this is on the left is a typical plant after growing for about 1 year. So we could also see changes on the leaf area. In Koroneiki, you had a decrease in leaf area. In also transversal sections of the leaf. So as a general conclusion, the tolerant cultivars behaved much better. Arvanitoia, which is a very tolerant cultivar, saw a decrease in olive size, in olive area after 45 days, but after 90 days, we had a recovery of the plant. So this was very interesting for us. We could see differences in chlorophyll content, while in Koroneiki, you had a significant decrease in chlorophyll in response to salinity. In Arvanitoia, you had an increase in chlorophyll content. So this is a good indication that this cultivar can withstand salinity conditions. So something we did in addition to molecular studies of some gene families, which is not for this meeting now, we decided to check anatomical changes in cross-sections of roots under 45 days of salinity stress. This is a general example, 2 antibodies in Koroneki that give us an idea that the response to salinity have changes on the cell wall. So this is very basic research. I'm just going to say that a cell wall is affected, is strongly affected by salinity. We have major changes on methyl esterified pectins, demethyl esterified pectins, and has to do with cross-linking with calcium and the egg box structure that is related to whether the cell wall can be stiffer and compared to in a tolerant compared to a sensitive cultivar. This is just a basic information. Now, what is very interesting here, on the top 4 slides is under control, is a root cross sections. So imagine you have a barrel 90 centimeters that weighs about 120 kilos. So you cannot move that. So you had to find a way to pick root sections, root fragments from the barrel. We used a system, a metal tube. We were sticking it into the media, the sand and perlite, and we were taking root sections. We didn't know from which part of the root. We could not pick, let's say, the root apical meristem or the root tip. We were just taking root sections, and as you can see here, this is quite critical. The top 4 is control, the top bottom is the salinity. What we can see is that in control, we have cells that are very nice, orderly, homocentric cycles. We are talking about the cortex, the parenchymatic cells, while in the salinity, we were able to see deformations. We were able to see cells of different size. We were able to see alterations in intercellular spaces, and we were able to see changes also on cell shape. That is very interesting. What you see in blue is annealing blue is an indication of the callus deposition, and this is a typical stress response. So what do we get in Koroneki roots? This is a sensitive to salinity cultivar, cortical cell deformation. We're showing in salinity root cross sections. We see differences. We see a disorganization of the rooting system in cross section. So this is something very significant. The diameter of the cells was ranging. The endodermis cells were compactly arranged, etc. So this is telling us that after 45 days of salinity, the rooting system has a problem. So it was not like in the control. Now, Levkoia is a cultivar which is tolerant. You see on the top control. On the second 3 slides, you see the response to salinity after 45 days. We see alterations on the size of the cells, we see alterations on the shape of the cells, but they are not so severe as it is in Koroneki. So we have a tolerant cultivar like Levkoia, and the changes we see on the anatomy of the root, if this is the root, we get cross-section, is not so severe due to salinity response. So this is an indication that this cultivar responds better to salinity after 45 days, when in Koroneki you start to have a leaf drop and a decrease in leaf size. So what do we see here? Overall, if you see on number 6, the salt-induced cell morphology changes in Levkoia were minor, indicating better adaptation capacity. So we have a tolerant, more tolerant cultivar. We see minor changes in root cross sections. We have a less tolerant cultivar. We see significant changes in root cross sections. Now we go to another tolerant. The 3 rows, the 3 slides on the first row is a control. On the second, the 3 slides on the second row is the salinity. We don't see any difference. After 45 days of salinity, this is a highly tolerant cultivar. We don't see any changes on the root cross-section, on the anatomy, on the cell size, cell shape, intercellular spaces of Arvanitoia root cross-section. So this is telling us, because it's the rooting system that gets all the pressure with regard to salinity stress response, after 45 days, this cultivar, the salinity didn't have any impact at all. This is very good, and this was reflected also on the upper part of the plant. So what is the basis of this tolerance? We don't really know. We have a higher potassium to sodium content, some typical classical responses. We have exclusion of the sodium ions. They don't transfer up to the leaves, so we don't have problems regarding photosynthetic capacity, chlorophyll content, nor the changes we get due to salinity. So in Arvanitoia, what is important is that number 5, salt treatment didn't impact neither cell morphology nor root structure. So we have a tolerant cultivar. After 45 days, nothing happened to the rooting system, and we have a very sensitive cultivar that the rooting system is completely disorganized. So the morphological symptoms, microphilia, necrosis at the ends of fully developed leaves, decrease in growth, etc., require exposure to salinity for long periods of time, several weeks to months, to be visible and determine tolerance or sensitivity. So there is a requirement for identification of early salinity response markers and/or tools which might indicate either tolerance or sensitivity. What does that mean? If I take 5,000 olive seedlings, right, and I grow them in a greenhouse, and I treat them with salinity, the visible symptoms appear after several weeks. Okay. Now, instead of waiting several weeks and considering that there are changes in the microenvironment, we might have alterations on the climate, etc., it is very important to have a marker that is going to tell us earlier that we have an olive genotype, we have an olive seedling that probably is tolerant to salinity compared to another olive seedling that is not tolerant to salinity. You can either rely on morphological characters like microphilia, leaf drop, peripheral necrosis of leaf, or you might go into more reliable markers that are related to the anatomical structure of the rooting system. So this was the basic idea. The idea is that if we treat the olive seedlings, 5,000 olive seedlings with salinity, 120 millimolar of sodium chloride, is there any way that within 10 days maybe you can see changes? So in olive seedlings, we were able to see some changes in the anatomy of the rooting system, and this was a strong indication that we can develop an assay that might be able to identify olive genotypes, olive seedlings that might be tolerant to salinity. One approach is to use spectral imaging. There are portable spectral imagers that can screen the leaf. You take the fingerprint of the spectral imaging, and this might give you an idea if you have stress or you don't have stress. Another thing is maybe to use anatomy. You screen for tolerant and sensitive germplasm by using 3,000 genotype. But the issue is that each olive seedling is a unique genotype, so you have to clone this thing. So the idea is that from each seedlings, we were cutting initially some stem sections with internodes. We were growing in tissue culture, as you can see here, and by using various media, we were able to induce rooting. So these are all clones of olive seedlings that were developed after 2 to 3 months. So we have an olive seedling, which is a unique genotype. We clone each one of them in order to have 4 to 5 clones for each seedlings. This is very critical because you might have accidents or you want to repeat your experiment. You cannot have an experiment for an olive seedling, which is a unique genotype, as I said, and have only one. You have to have at least 5 clones of each genotype. So by using tissue culture, we were propagating these clones, and then the idea is that after exposing all these olive seedlings to salinity, what is going to happen to the anatomy of root cross-sections? Are we going to have this picture on the left when we have a tolerant genotype and we don't see any difference on the anatomy of the cortex cells, shape and size, or we can get a root cross-section on the right when we have sensitive genotype and we see significant differences. So there are 2 ways to see this. One strategy is we are working now how early we can see anatomical changes on root cross-section. Can you see it in 1 week or 10 days, 2 weeks? This is what we are working right now. We know that the visible symptoms, it takes at least 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the size of the plant, the size of the olive seedlings. And then the other thing is, in addition to this, you are taking, let's say, a tolerant olive genotype, but you don't know what happened to the clones. So if we have another 4 clones of it that were grown under tissue culture, you let them grow for a couple of months, you put them in soil. In 2 to 3 months, in 2 months, you have a very nice olive seedling growing in soil with fully developed root. Then you can expose them to salinity, get again cross-sections, and see. This way you can validate whether you have tolerant genotypes which can be used as root stocks in field trials. Now, if you have a tolerant olive genotypes, there are 2 ways to go. If you have, let's say, 3,000 olive seedlings which are unique genotypes, you can do QTL analysis. You need a genetic map of olive which is available, or you can either sequence the whole genome. Now with 200 euros is very easy. What can you do as an alternative if you use the same experiment, let's say 100 cultivars. You have 100 cultivars, you don't know which is tolerant or not, and you do the same experiment, you see whether you have changes at anatomical level in the root cross-sections or not, some morphological changes, leaf drop, and peripheral necrosis. You do genome-wide association study. Now it's very easy to do GWAS because it doesn't cost a lot, and you can identify, you need at least a haplotype with 3,000 SNPs, 3,500 SNPs, and you can identify SNPs that are very well associated with a tolerant genotype, and from this SNP you can identify the loci that might give you tolerance to salinity. This is an approach. We have submitted a proposal to work on this that came out of this paper. The conclusion is that identification of early alterations at molecular, morphological, anatomical level in response to salinity might provide markers to screen olive germplasm. You know, it's a different thing. How fast can you do these anatomical stages? If you think that you go to a hospital, and in a large hospital, this pathoanatomy department, they do cross-sections of different tissues, at least 1,000 per day or 500 per day. You can use a hospital, and within 4 to 5 days, you can make cross-sections and stain them and see in microscopy for 1 more week. You can see what happens in the anatomical level on root cross-sections within 2 weeks. So this is very fast. And what is very good with this is that straightforward. You see changes or you don't see changes. But if you use, let's say, other molecular markers, let's say the expression of genes, things are not very straightforward. Your gene might go up 10-fold, it might go up 5-fold, 2-fold, so you don't have a very clear idea. But anatomically, on root cross-sections, you might get a better idea within 2 to 3 weeks if you collaborate with the hospital, which is the olive genotypes which might be tolerant to your any abiotic stress. You can do the same for flooding, for example. Lebanon might not have problems of flooding, but you can do it for drought, for example. So if you have drought issues, and probably you have, like we have in Greece, or you have salinity because the quality of water is very low, so you have to irrigate in the summer, particularly if you have olive table olives, that they need a lot of water. If we have cultivars in Greece at least, like on the Roya Chalkidikis, is a huge olive fruit that needs a lot of water every summer, and this water has to compete with tourism, and when you compete with tourism, you always lose, yes? So you have to irrigate with saline water, and you have to find some genotypes that might be able to get back the 10-15% of productivity that you are losing because you use saline water. So this might be an approach that might be provide and screening, which is not extremely simple, but within 2 to 3 weeks, you can get an idea of whether your routing system of your unique olive genotype responds in a way that might be considered tolerant or sensitive to salinity. This project was financed, we had an emblematic olive roots that was financed by the Hellenic Ministry of Education. This was around 3 million euros that was spread to institutes all over Greece, and our part was to study abiotic stress and particularly salinity, so we were able to see these anatomical changes. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize for being too technical, but sometimes you cannot simplify so much. We try to simplify to make things simple as much as possible. Thank you. There are any questions? After, okay.
من مختبر الكيمياء المائية كلية الهندسة البيئية جامعة كريت التقنية خانيا اليونان، سيقدم لنا دكتور إلفتيرا بسيلاكيس عن تقنية لوصف خصائص رائحة زيت الزيتون لتقييم الجودة والموثوقية.
Thank you also for the invitation. It is a pleasure, of course, to be here, even virtually. I really do hope to see you in the near future in this under this umbrella of collaboration. I was watching Panos talk, and we're going to move in something that is much more spin-off orientated. So let me just start over. Okay, so this is related to my spin-off company. I am the founder of CO. We have a team. The team, I also have an advisor for everything that has to do with business and marketing and so on. We also have a very big law firm, which is important for intellectual property issues. We have constructors, as you can see, in place, and of course, an accountant. My spin-off is one of the 3 spin-offs of the Technical University of Crete. We have 2 active patents that are now on, one USPTO and one WIPO, which is for Europe and China. My spin-off is also a member of Elevate Greece, which is the national startup point, and you can only be included after competitive selection. And we are also a member, we were selected as a member of Entergo Go of Eurobank, which is an accelerator, one of the most successful accelerators in Greece. What I will present to you, it's more related to things that have to do with the chemical analysis of olive oil. We have several strategic partners, both in academia and in industry. In academia, you can see different universities around this planet, in Europe, the USA or China. And when it comes to industry, perhaps you can recognize some of the companies that are with us in this long journey, perhaps Restek, Gerstel, and Marx. Okay, so My spin-off company is related to products and methods. We are dealing with the so-called sample preparation step. As you can see, this is a typical step of analysis, of chemical analysis. This is what we'll see in the next few minutes, which starts, of course, from the point of sample collection, storing, sample preparation, and then, of course, analyte determination. For any one of you that has dealt with chemical analysis of olive oil samples, you mainly concentrate on the part on the step of analyte determination. This tends to attract the highest attention, but still sample preparation is actually a very powerful step for you to move ahead. So normally, if you want to analyze, if you want to have the fingerprint of your olive oils, most of the time, you're using some type of traditional techniques like liquid-liquid extraction, where you're taking the analytes from your olive oil, move them in another phase, and then you're just injecting this other phase into your instrument for analysis. This is not such a green approach, because actually you are using, I'm sorry for this, for some reason there is automated change of slides, I'm sorry. This is not a very green approach, which is actually greener analytical methods are nowadays the trend in analytical chemistry, because you need to waste large amounts of solvents that produce laboratory waste. This is also not a very fast way of doing analysis, and high sample throughput is very important in any analytical laboratory. So what we'll do, the recent trend is, of course, moving to microextraction, when we are greatly reducing the volume of the extracting phase over the volume of the sample phase. These, the microextraction tools are very strong analytical tools, which are sensitive, virtually solventless, fast, low cost. They demand a very low sample size, and of course, we are saving energy. The typical microextraction methods, which I'm going to show you today, rely on solid phase microextraction. This is it. So basically, there are two types of sampling modes. You can either expose this polymeric phase directly to your sample or to the headspace above it. These fibers, the solid phase microextraction fibers, are coated with polymeric phases, and your analytes will have a specific affinity towards this phase. That means that you can extract, or as my engineer friends say, you can trap your analytes on this fiber, and then you just retract it and take it for further analysis. For olive oils, the best way to deal with it is to do the headspace extraction. So you just expose this trap on the headspace above your olive oil, you trap all your analytes, and then move with analysis, which is typical headspace spinning. Olive oils are extremely complex type of samples to deal with, and the sample preparation step, what I'm saying here, will just take you 30 minutes. In my company, in my spin-off company, we specialize on making this step even faster and even greener. So these methods typically rely on equilibrium extraction. That means that you are extracting a certain amount to reach an equilibrium. But if you do this extraction in the headspace under vacuum, all you are doing is you are accelerating this step and you halve the sampling time. Therefore, you increase the samples you can analyze per day. You do not have to heat your sample, which typically for food samples, this may lead to further degradation of your sample. And it also works for a large variety of samples. The other feature of what we are offering is also that you can expand it not only to solid phase microextraction, to different technologies, like single drop microextraction, short-wave extraction, thin film microextraction. Perhaps you're not very familiar with this. So what we are doing in the spin-off, this is actually the end of my big introduction here, is you're just removing the air from your sample. These are manual. This is a very old video, but it shows very well the principle. You introduce your sample. This can be olive oil in your case. You can see how the sample boils, because when you reduce the the pressure inside the vial, the boiling point also is reduced. And then you're just exposing the fiber, as I said, and here you are doing your sampling. 30 minutes is more than enough to extract, as you will see, an enormous amount of analytes. And then, of course, you proceed with analysis. Next to this, this method is fully automated. So the closures we are providing are fully automated, can be used multiple times. They can be combined with any type of vial. So right now, as we speak, we are talking about fully automated method that can handle a very large amount of samples. So let's just see some examples that we published 2 years ago. You can see here the extraction, what we are doing for olive oil samples. We're using our methods. This is solid phase microextraction followed by GCMS. We have chosen 33 target analytes that as markers for our method. These are the typical chromatograms. On the bottom, you can see the typical total line chromatogram you're obtaining under atmospheric pressure. And when using our patented closure and methods, you can see the vast amount of information you are obtaining. You are extracting the maximum amount of your analytes that can be critical. For example, here, the marker number 33 is typical for, it's believed to be one that is characteristic for authenticity issues when we're trying to prove the authenticity of a specific olive oil. In the next slide, you can see the different improvements you can have. Not so for the volatile, which are the easy ones to extract, but for the least volatiles, which are here, you can get improvement up to 10 times when using our methods. And overall, as I said, in just 30 minutes average without heating the sample, there's no need to heat it, then you can extract the analytes, and combined with your chromatography time, you can actually extract many more analytes. And with this, I would like to stop here my presentation. I will be very happy to answer to any of your questions. This is more of a deep tech technology going further inside the chemical analysis of olive oil.
إذا حدا بحب يسأل سؤال، أنا ما رح تكون معنا بالسيشن من بعد الظهر.
بونجور، رح أحكي بالعربي وبعتقد الترجمة بتكون موجودة. لو سمحتي، تحدثتي عن رائحة زيت الزيتون. هل لرائحة زيت الزيتون علاقة بجودة الزيت بذاته؟
Test. Dr. Elferia, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, the question was that you was talking about the smell of the olive oil. Does it relate to the quality of olive oil?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. Basically, what we are taking, actually this was a key word that I forgot to mention. This is about aroma profiling. So we are trying to relate this with falsification of olive oil and so on, but this is all under research. One thing is for sure is that with this you can definitely have the aroma profile, connect your the different volatiles of your olive oil to your specific olive oil and the region that you are around. So the answer is yes, but we are still under under research trying to carry out, because this is, as you all know, this is a very big front that we have to deal with, the quality of the olive oil in terms of aroma.
لو سمحتي سؤال آخر. نحن في لبنان ليس لدينا مختبرات، إذا صح التعبير أو إذا يعني ما كنت غلطانة بهي التقدير. نحن في لبنان نعتمد على طريقة تقليدية جدا، هي طريقة الأجداد، وهي بوضع قطرات من الزيت على كف اليد وفركها باليد الأخرى. هذه الحرارة التي تنشأ من هذا الاحتكاك تدلنا على جودة ورائحة الزيت وإذا كان مغشوشاً أو لا. فهل نستطيع يعني أنه نعتبر أنه هذا الأمر هو جيد، أو أننا بحاجة في لبنان إلى العديد من المختبرات لنفحص جودة الزيت اللبناني الذي له جودة عالية وعالمية، ونحن نفتخر بزيتنا، وعلى قول المثل، يمكن صعب عليك الترجمة، وعلى قول المثل ما حدا بيقول عن زيتاته عكرين. نحن نفتخر بالزيت اللبناني، وخصوصاً في المناطق التي لا نروي فيها شجر الزيتون.
سوري مدام، بس صعب كثير مش شوي.
صعبت عليك.
طويلة بس السؤال هو إذا بدك نختصره
خلينا
شوي.
نختصره ونعتمد بس الفقرة أنه نحن في لبنان ليس لدينا مختبرات، ونحن نعتمد على طريقة الأجداد، أنه بوضع قطرات من زيت الزيتون على كف اليد ونفركها جيداً.
سوري بس
طيب ترجموا مثل ما بدك.
سوري بس هون بس أنا بدي جاوب على الموضوع إذا سمحتي. الموضوع إنه مش مزبوط إنه نحن ما عندنا مختبرات نفحص جودة الزيت أو إذا الزيت مغشوش ولا لا.
قلت في البداية لا أدري، لأنه
أوكي.
نحن إذا بنسأل خبراء بيقولوا لنا إنه
نعم.
ما فينا ناخذ
بس اللي بدي وضحه، عندنا بالمختبر نحن عندنا إمكانية نفحص زيت الزيتون لناحية الغش تبعه لزيت الزيتون، فبنقدر نفحص الأحماض الدهنية اللي موجودة بقلب زيت الزيتون، وهذا الشيء بيأكد لنا إذا الزيت مغشوش ولا لا.
Give us an idea if it's mixed or not. It's one of these it's one of the solutions we are doing. We have a laboratory and we can check. It's not for free, lady, but it's with a good price, let's say. So you can come to our board and do these techniques to check if it's mixed with other things or not. We are communicating with the Ministry of Agriculture, and if case we have any oil which is not a good version oil, we will report this to the Ministry of Economy, because in this economic situation many people are selling oil as extra virgin, whereas it's not. I hope that all the samples that will be exported from Lebanon should be passing these tests. Otherwise, we cannot have importation. We are 5 persons from a team specialized in testing oil. We are people doing the oil testing. We are 5 or 6 persons. We are a national team, and we should grow as oil tasters. Elia, they replied on the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you again for the information, for the invitation, and I wish you all the best for the rest of this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, Dr. Enrico Doroni will be providing his speech on the olive orchards, recovery of abandoned traditional olive orchards for multifunctional purpose.
And also to give me the opportunity to present some of my experiences. Okay, so we have seen from the previous presentation that olive is a wonderful species for multifunctional purposes. Okay, so we may have different activity, different function that it can manage. For example, the environmental and soil erosion prevention. We can make some intercropping or use some mulching for feeding animals. We may use the olive orchard also for tourism and for education with kids or with adults. And of course, we have seen by the presentation of my colleague Adolfo Rosati that we can also think to some polycultural systems. What we have not to forget that we have a problem. We are facing a problem, which is the problem. In Italy, it is estimated that the 30–40% of traditional olive orchards are under abandonment. Why? Because they usually are characterized by tall trees, or for example, high slope hills. Maybe we have multi-trunks, so different trunks that are very difficult to manage with a certain level of mechanization. And usually we have the very, very shaded canopy that bring the olive to be very alternate, okay? So we have a very alternate bearing characterized for this kind of trees. There is also a social problem in the meaning that we have an old farmers, we have old generation of farmers that are not allowed to manage these kind of orchards. We have not a change of generation in farmers, I mean new young people that want to manage this kind of orchards. From the physiological point of view, when we speak about an old tree, what we mean? We mean that we are in the last picture on your right. I mean, we are in the senescence physiological stage of the plant. During the maturity, plant goes through an increase of the volume of the canopy and of the root system. It can find I don't know if it is going to work. Yeah, no. In the central picture, we are in the vegetal reproductive balance of the plant. It means that we have a balance between the activity of the root system and the activity of the canopy system. And of course, if we are able to maintain this stage as long as possible, we have a very good productive olive tree. But most of the time, we move to the last stage, that is the senescence. It means that we have a situation like this. For example, we have a lot of wood and less foliage. We have a situation that the canopy is self-shaded. We have a situation of great imbalance in the production during the years. It means that we have a strong, a deep alternate bearing. What we can do, for sure, we can think to rejuvenate the canopy, so we can apply pruning to renew and reform the canopy. And this is the idea. So we can move from the situation that we have on the left to the situation that we have on the right. I mean, we have to change the baricent, okay, the level where we have the growth of the new vegetation. On the left, on the tree on the left, you can see that the vegetation is mostly concentrated in the upper portion of the canopy, So this is a canopy that moves upward and upward and upward, and every time is more difficult to manage. And it's costly also in time, or in terms of time that we spend to prune this tree. And of course it is an unbalanced canopy. What we can do is to apply a rejuvenation pruning, so to invert this tendency, so to enhance the growth, the vegetative growth in the lower portion of the canopy, and to keep the tree not so tall, okay? So to reduce the size of the canopy. The general concept is to try to use a vase-shaped training system where we can think to a very simple structure made of 3, 4, 5 primary branches. Each primary branch should be organized as a cone. It means that we have to thin a little bit the upper portion, so to keep it, and we need the upper portion, this arrow that is going to organize also the rest of the primary branch. And of course, we can increase the length of the secondary branches when we move toward the base of the tree. Why we suggest this kind of training system? Because it's a good training system. It's how to say, it's autonomy. So it is able to manage itself, and it's not going to escape in every direction, okay, and mostly in the upper portion. And it requires very, very little intervention with pruning. Okay, so we try to rejuvenate different traditional olive orchards that were abandoned or very bad managed, but that they could have very, very interesting potential, productive potential. This trial was made in the frame of the Multi project that is recently concluded. Here you can see the locations and the main features of the traditional olive orchards that we selected for the experiments. We use local varieties in each location, and you can see also some important features. For example, all the orchards were rain-fed. Some of them were also managed with integrated pest management, but others were under organic farming. Of course, we have not time to present the results of all location, even because we should consider them one by one, so we cannot use all the results together. So I just present some results about the Calabria location, where we worked with very, very big trees. The idea was to compare two different pruning treatments. So the objective was to arrive to have this phase-shape training system. But starting from the central situation, that is the situation before pruning, we compare a light pruning, that means reducing the number of primary branches gradually during the years, or a heavy pruning, where immediately selected the final primary branches. So it means a very, very strong and heavy pruning. Unpruned trees were used as control. We measured a lot of parameters. One important parameter was, for example, the amount of removed material, and we try also to measure, to distinguish this material in shreddable material with a caliber diameter below 80 millimeters, and not shreddable wood. Here you can have an idea about the work that we have done. We also took some samples of the biomass that we removed from the tree with pruning, and we analyzed it for the moisture content, the ash, the lower heating value, nitrogen content, chlorine content, and sulfur. Okay, and we selected 3 different dimensions. The smallest was below 20 millimeters, so it is the foliage, the leaves. Now I don't want to bother you with the all results, but just to give you an idea. So with the pruning, we could reduce the dimension of the trees, so the size of the trees. Here you have on the right side the situation before the beginning of the trial and at the end of the trial in 2022. So we could reduce at least 1 or 2 meters the height of the trees. Of course, the work is not finished. So during the following years, we have to reduce a little bit slowly the dimension of these trees. The idea is to manage all the pruning and the harvesting directly from the ground, using these stacks and these tools that can help us to manage the canopy. What about the pruning time? So we could see that during the first year of pruning, during the first year of intervention, of course, the heavy pruning required more time than the light pruning. It was interesting because in the second year we had exactly the opposite. So the light pruning, so where we try to rebuild the canopy slowly, took us more time than the heavy pruning. Okay, but what is more interesting that in 2022, so in the 4th year of intervention, the 2 time required for pruning were similar in the 2 different treatments, and was very, very quick, around 7-8 minutes per tree. What happened with the vegetative reproductive activity of the trees? Of course, when we applied the pruning, we create a strong unbalance in the plant, so we have a strong resprouting, mainly from the base of the trees, so with the suckers. Obviously, the intense pruning, the heavy pruning, produce a higher number of suckers or a higher fresh weight of suckers, okay? But what is interesting, again, that for both intense and light pruning, in 2021, the difference was not significant, okay? So we had quite the same amount of suckers. Unfortunately, we did not had positive years for the production during the trial. This was due mainly to adverse climatic conditions. So if you can see on the graph, in the graphs on your left, we didn't find a strong return in production for the plants during the first 3 years. But there is a tendency, for example, for the heavy pruning, where the production is start to increasing from the 3rd year. So we expect that in the near future, I mean in this year, next year, and the following year, we will have a speed up of the growth, of the fruit production for these trees. What about the amount of biomass that was removed? We are speaking about very huge amounts of pruning residues. Of course, you can have an idea here between the intense and light pruning during the first year. So we removed about 300 kilograms fresh weight of pruning material from each tree, okay? And what was interesting, that this difference was going to decrease between light and intense pruning. So at the end, in 2022, we have quite the same amount of materials that was removed from the trees. If we look at the cumulative pruning material, these are the values. So we have more or less the same amount of removed biomass from the canopies. So it means from 38 to 33 fresh weight tons per hectare for the intense and light pruning respectively. But what is interesting, for example, the amount of non-shreddable pruning material. Why? Because we should consider the pruning residues as a resource. So for sure we can grind the shreddable pruning material and leave the residues on the floor, on the ground, in order to increase the organic matter of the soil. But we can consider the wood like, I mean the non-shreddable fraction, as a strong residues to valorize and to get money and to cover the cost for the rejuvenation pruning. In terms, for example, for the production of pellet, for example, we made this analysis and we found that above the 20 millimeters diameters from the materials, all this biomass is suitable for the production of pellets for domestic use. Or if we make a very simple and brief economic calculation about the cost for the heavy or light pruning in terms of hour that we spend with the pruner, and what I can earn by selling this wood in the local market, we can see that for sure the cost of rejuvenation pruning is largely covered by the valorization of the wood fraction. What I want to give you as a message, I can apply rejuvenation pruning to increase the production of the trees, and can I I can cover all the costs of the pruning, of the rejuvenation pruning, just using the wood. Use the shreddable fraction to increase the organic matter in the soil. When I am in a situation like this, so this is a traditional olive orchard, is in the senescence physiological stage. I mean, I cannot exploit the whole productive potential of this orchard. It's not important only the canopy rejuvenation, but I have also to think to the soil. Because in this situation, I have an excess of shade of the soil compaction, I have lack of oxygen in the soil, so the root system is not working appropriately. And in general, I have a root contraction and senescence. I am in a situation like this, so the root system is working like in a vase, because in an allelopathic vase, it means that it is not going to explore the rest of the soil, the volume of the soil, because there is a limitation that is done from the root system of neighbor trees. So what I can think? I can think also to combine the rejuvenation pruning for the canopy to the root. So to have a regeneration of the root system and a regeneration of the soil. The root system in olive is very reactive to pruning. Okay, so every time I produce a cut, I produce a damage, the reaction is very, very, very strong and very rapid. We made some trials with using some rhizotrons. The rhizotron is a window, okay, that I can apply in the soil, and I can study the growth of the root system and follow the root growth during the time, so the evolution, and also the turnover of the root system. This was a quite big rhizotron because we create this trench in the soil and we could study the root system. We apply the cut of the root system in October, so we are in autumn, and we studied the growth of the root system during the winter. So what we found in January, for example, that we could detect very well the resprouting of new root from the cut. Here maybe you can see better the situation. And we found 11 meters of new roots that were emitted and that were grown during winter. So this was something very new for us. So we didn't expect it that for our condition that is a quite cold climate situation, we had this kind of root growth during winter. And what happened, this was the situation in April. We had 28 meters of new root. Okay, it's a huge amount of root system. If we want to speed the rejuvenation or the regrowth of the root system, we can also think to apply some organic matter. For example, we can excavate some trenches in the field to apply, for example, cow mature manure or compost, stabilized compost, so that the root system go in this direction, go in this portion of the soil, because there is a fresh organic matter. So we can enhance the root growth and the rejuvenation of the tree. And we can also think to some scheme to increase the soil fertility and to renew the root system. Here is a situation. Of course, we have to study which is the best period to apply this kind of technique according to the specific climatic condition of each orchard. This technique can be also very helpful if we are in extreme conditions. Here we are in Egypt, sandy soil, okay, because these were some orchards cultivated in the desert. And was very interesting because we created such trenches in two sides of the trees, and we had some compost. And the reaction of the root system was very, very quick. So look, the root system occupied the portion with the compost, so with the fresh organic matter, in just 1 week. So the answer, the response was very, very, very quick. This was another experience we had in a private orchard. So this was the situation. The orchard was completely collapsed for both the canopy system, but also for the root system. So we applied a rejuvenation pruning to the canopy, and we also applied a pruning to the root system using some reapers. And we had also some organic matter. So this is the situation before the beginning of the experiment, and this is the situation in 2021, so 6 years after the application of the technique. And of course, what is interesting in this situation that we have space, we have a soil that can be suitable, for example, to apply cover crops or intercropping or to grazing for the livestock and so on. Okay, shukran. Of course, if you have some question, I will be glad to answer.
ستعرض لنا الآن بروفيسور لميس شالاء رئيسة قسم الإنتاج النباتي في كلية الزراعة في الجامعة اللبنانية عن توصيف أشجار الزيتون المعمرة في لبنان لوضع استراتيجية مناسبة للحفاظ عليها.
تحياتي للجميع. أنا أكيد بشكر المنظمين Living Agro Project، برحب بالضيوف دونك اللبنانية والضيوف اللي جايين من
to
برا.
elaborate the conservation strategy. Thank you from all the persons participating with us. Olive oil is an iconic tree. It's a fruitful tree. And it has many impacts. And we are not here to prove its characteristics. It is present since ancient time, and it will continue to remain in Lebanon and in the region. You will not see science in my presentation, but more a vision on these trees and how to conserve them. I'm from the Lebanese University. Please support us, support our students. We have here agronomes. Thank you for biomass, represented by the students who are from the Faculty of Agronomy from the Lebanese University.
Talking about surveying and characterizing the monumental olive trees in Lebanon towards elaborating a conservation strategy حتى في ظل غياب القوانين والمراسيم بهذا الموضوع. It works.
Even if we don't have legislation, she said in Arabic. Lebanon,
where monumental olive trees are still growing and producing, and the history is associated to the Phoenician time. This civilization who marketed the olive oil along the countries of the shore since the old antiquity, and stone basins from the Hellenistic period are still found in our country, as you can see here in this 2nd century ruins of olive press in Shaheen, Mount Lebanon. And here this very beautiful iconography of the 2nd century found in a tomb in South Lebanon, and very well conserved بالمتحف الوطني, showing the abduction of Prosperina, this young lady surrounded by the olive branches in addition to grape and pomegranate. In our survey, we found that the country as a whole resembled to a very old grove. Here you have the large olive grove in terraces in a village, Kfar Hamam, in South Lebanon. In Kfar Kila, South Lebanon, centennial olive trees may be found also among young trees, new plantations, as you can see here in Tair Felsai village in the south. And here you have the very beautiful centennial trees of Kaukaba in the south. Here you have large old grove in Farmatta, Mount Lebanon, a very large one with plenty of centennial olive trees, as you can see here. And this picture illustrates the large groves, large old groves in Zgharta, North Lebanon. And this is a unique centennial olive tree of Abu Samra, North Lebanon. And here you have what you really do love, the legendary sister olive trees of Noah at Bshali village, situated at 1,250 meter altitude in the north part of the country. You can see the large cavities. And this is certainly the largest and most probably the oldest olive trees of the whole country, located also in Pshale, with a foot circumference of more than 21 meter and a central cavity diameter of 4 meter. Before, and people said, and the measure also, that this cavity was used for cows, as a mini farm. It was also used later on as parking before being conserved that way. And we have to stress on the role that the municipality of Pshale is playing in protecting, preserving, and valorizing the centennial olive trees of this village. And أكيد أول شيء بيخطر ببالكم قد إيه عمر هالشجرة.
How old is this tree?
We have with us our friend engineer Roland Amberi, who worked with the University of Arizona on dating these olive trees, and it appears a priori that these trees may have up to 2050 years before Christ. رغم كل اللي شفناه الخطر موجود.
Despite everything we thought we have risk.
They are really disappearing day after day because of their increasing ornamental value and the transformation of all the grove into commercial orchards. Please شوفوا هالصورة قبل بال 2016 2017.
This picture 2016-2017 and look at it now. Just look at it now.
Some people came and tried to remove this tree, so they took with an engine. They tried, and the tree standard resilient, and actually it's dead. علما أن الزيتون ما بيموت بهالطريقة أبدا. Okay, these are the old olive trees hollowed out from their original place and prepared to be sold for landscaping issues. And here prepared in the nursery, and when you ask them, they will say, these centennials are coming from Italy, from abroad for landscaping issues. So knowing that there is an very urgent need to undertake a preservation action to preserve these trees because they represent the ancient olive germplasm of the country that has not been sufficiently assessed yet. These trees may correspond to unknown cultivar that is linked most probably to the early stage of domestication of the olive tree in the Mediterranean. They survived over years, and it's really interesting to know how did they perform and how they are still growing and producing. And this is why the characterization and conservation of these centennials became a priority. And this is how we started the Lebanese-French initiative since 2007 with the goal of surveying and mapping the old olive groves across the country and assessing the diversity of this germplasm in comparison with traditional variety with, of course, the perspective of preservation and valorization. So the first question could be, what is the identity of this tree? So this is how we started to study the diversity of the centennial olive trees of Lebanon with an emphasis on the 6 centennial olive trees of Pshale, and in comparison with 60 baladi trees, younger of course, and coming from different parts of the country. And using DNA marker, precisely the SSR, and the results here showed a clear discrimination or differentiation between the young olive trees بالأحمر تحت and the ancient olive trees, as you can see here. If you look only to the Pshale centennial olive trees, 6 trees showed at least 3 to 4 genetic profiles. So مش مزبوط إنه كل الزيتونات بلبنان مثل بعضهم. إذا بس زيتونات بشعل.
Lebanon trees are not similar. In Pshale we have 4 genetic profiles, for example.
Types differentiated بعدد قليل من المولكيولر markers.
In a small number of molecular types.
and identified as the traditional baladi, كتير قريب من البلدي, and cultivated in different agro-geographic location. The second Pshali tree is also close to baladi genotype مع different alleles. A third one, أقدم واحد الكبير بالعمر اللي قلت لكم هو أكبر أو أعتق أو أقدم شجرة بلبنان. A third one not identified, restricted to Pshali village. It could be the oldest one and has probably accumulated somatic variation over time. When comparing the Lebanese olive trees, including the 6 centennial trees of Pshali, to the olive trees growing in the Mediterranean and preserved at the collection of Marrakesh in Morocco, أكيد, using the plastid DNA, we found that the Lebanese material, including the Pshali, are assigned to the Eastern Mediterranean. Okay? So it means that most of the Lebanese genotype are grouped into one gene pool, the Eastern Mediterranean, and this finding confirmed the eastern origin of most of the Lebanese varieties, except اللي جايين صوب البقاع من سوريا، من عبر سوريا، هدول أصناف أجنبية واصلة لسوريا ومن سوريا لعنا وللمشيط اللي عنا.
We have also a number of trees reaching us from Syria.
So to conclude with the genetic analysis, we actually demonstrate with a limited number of markers a diversity of the SSR profile within this old germplasm. We also demonstrate that the Pshali trees could be the ancestor of the baladi traditional trees that we are still cultivating in the country, and they are mostly linked to the Eastern Mediterranean olive trees. وتحديدا تبعون قبرص، وليش ما بيكون الزيتون اللبناني المعمر او زيتونات بشعلي هن امهات لزيتون قبرص، لانه بالعاده الكوتين.
Maybe the Pshali trees are the mothers of the ones in Cyprus, because we are giving things from continent to our island and not reversely. This is my paper.
Many other questions. How did the olive trees survive over centuries to the severe climatic change? And particularly when we know about the long lifespan of the olive tree. It's really interesting to use it as a potential candidate for proxy analysis and paleoclimatic reconstruction. And actually we have presently a PhD student working on this question to understand how the monumental olive trees of Lebanon survived to climatic and anthropogenic changes, تلوث, during the last millennia, using a multi-proxy approach comparing the present data to the past data. Climatic and the present time, the climatic and anthropogenic effects on the olive groves, and also to calibrate the proxies for reconstructing the past. And of course, we are looking to the age of these centennial olive trees in Pshali and also in other sites of Lebanon. And of course, this student will be presenting her PhD award very soon and will share her results with you. So, I'm very pleased to announce what has been said by the mayor of Pshali village, Rais Rashid Jaja, that Pshali centennial olive trees are now part of the cross-border roots of the olive tree under the umbrella of the cultural route of the Council of Europe. They are also candidate to the UNESCO World Heritage. يعني آن الأوان لاعتبار أشجار الزيتون العامرة في لبنان إرث ثقافي.
Olive tree would become an heritage, cultural heritage, because of the historical and sentimental and scientific information to take lessons for the future.
Okay, and also it's occasion to thank all my partners at the personal level and institute levels, and thank you.
Merci, Dr. Lamis. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Lamis. Go ahead for the lunch. stay in your places, and the ones who didn't fill the paper, please sign to call you later and work all together. And when we finish, we will resort for lunch in the lobby.
لأنه اللي عمل ريجستريشن حط التليفون والإيميل، أنت ما عملت ريجستريشن. هلا بنزيدهم.
بدي أغير في الفيو تبع الصوت، اللي كيف غير الفيو تبع الزوم، الفيو تبع الزوم. هاي لا اوكي عمل لي ميوت. هاي الو لايف ارسل لك open the camera so you can see. Alright, we're gonna start in 5 minutes. Okay?
Voy para allá, voy a buscar la mujer que me domina. La buscaré, la traeré, aunque el mundo me lo impida. Benditas sean todas las mujeres, india, blanca y morena, que con su voz y su color hacen que yo me muera. Voy para allá, aunque llueva o aunque se hunda la tierra, yo llegaré y la besaré, aunque pelee con cualquiera. Eso es mío. Menos por una mujer, pero es tan grande el amor que por ella siento que ni mi orgullo me pudo detener. Vale la pena pedir perdón, decirte amo como lo hice.
بدك نعمل نخلي علم واحد، هيدا هون وهيدا هونيك، ونشيل هيدا. ايه لا انه نخلي واحد ونحط هذا شمال وهذا يمين وبلا هيدا.
هتستعملوا الوايت بورد؟ هيسكت.
ما هو انا هلا بدي اشوف بس بقدر اشيل.
أنا عندي سيجنال على الوايد اسفل.
قليلة كيف شيء؟ بعد
بس هذه هيك شوي. لا لا بس احنا ما بدنا احنا اياه ضل ناعم. كان صورة
You are watching the YouTube. You can see the screen.
تيست. يعطيكم العافية. بليز يعطيكم العافية جميعا. بليز بدي أطلب منكم إذا في مجال نبلش شوي نحضر الأسئلة يلي بدنا نسألها للباحثين اللي موجودين معنا وللخبراء اللي موجودين معنا. نحن بس في مشكلة صغيرة بس عم نحلها تقنية لبين ما نكون بلشنا. فبهذا الوقت بتمنى هيك يعني أكثر عم شوف إنه يعني يعطيكم العافية كلكم هيك عم تناقشوا مع بعضكم، عم تشاوروا بين بعضكم، وهو هذا أحد أهداف البي تو بي ايفنت تبعنا. فبدي أطلب منكم كفي هيدي الديسكشن بس نحضر شوي مجموعة أسئلة، نحضر شوي هيك بعض الأفكار اللي ممكن نتناقش نحن وياكم فيها كرمال فيوتشر كولابوريشن لبين ما تكون بس مشكلة بسيطة نكون عالجناها. أوكي؟
تست. من بعد ما جمعتوا الأسئلة رح نبلش هلأ بأول راوند تيبل. انضم لنا المودريتور حسين حتات والانوفيتورز دكتور انريكو لودوليني، دكتور ادولفو روزاتي ودكتور سبيروس ليوناكس.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. نحن الصراحة اليوم عم نتناول موضوع مهم جدا، القطاع الزراعي، وشجرة الزيتون بشكل خاص هي من أهم المواضيع الزراعية. أنا دائما بقول لهم إنه حزب شجرة الزيتون هو أكبر حزب بلبنان بس مفرفط.
I always say that the farmers and agriculturalists who plant olives are 100,000, 103,000 of the olive trees agricultural. Unfortunately, their value on the political level and decision making is very weak because they are not unified. The olive tree and the olive sector suffers from many problems. Even today, when I'm checking with guests on the table, we're supposed to have questions. We are talking about something that is called innovation. We are introducing new innovations, but we still have questions on topics that we should have overcome because the geography and the time are not merciful. They have gone beyond us by far, and we are still late. We always used to say before the crisis and now after the crisis that there is no growth for the economy, for the Lebanese economy, if we do not develop the agricultural sector and the agricultural industry. In the past, they fooled us with the lie, which was that our main sector were the services, and now maybe they are tricking us with the issue of the sector of gas and petroleum. But even if we have that, we have a green gold that we should safeguard. In the past, they have said we need to plant avocados all over Lebanon. I answered, we do only plant olives. We do not plant olives because we do not have water. If we had water, we would have planted something else. The olive tree is irreplaceable in Lebanon. Do not imagine or believe you may see Kura or Tyre mountains without the olive trees. So it's our national duty now to develop this sector. Unfortunately, there has not been many changes in the sector, but what I know, and since a few years we did a study on this sector, there's a large quantity of olive oil, Lebanese olive oil, that is exported abroad with individual initiatives and in small quantities, in a way that the countries that receive the Lebanese olive oil are more than 90 countries in all the continents. So our duty is to proceed and go forward and develop and receive the new inventions in this field. Always the agriculturals and farmers are the most resistant to new ideas, not like industrials or tourist people. So our role, and as Mrs. said, when I go, what would I tell the farmers and agriculturals? What do we tell them? We want to tell them we want to develop this sector, and any idea that our friends from Italy or Greece bring, we can know alone if we can apply it in Lebanon or not. And even the idea that may appear difficult, we could modify it and apply it to Lebanon. We always try during this presentation, the presentations that the dear friends have presented, most of the ideas are ideas that may be applied in Lebanon, some that are known, some that are not unknown, some that need more work, but we still need to work specifically to be able to reduce the production cost, to preserve the productivity of the tree, to reduce the alternate bearing, Because when I commit and engage with a client inside Lebanon or outside Lebanon for a southern tank, for example, he expects this quantity every year. I cannot tell him 1 year yes, 1 year no. So the development, the innovation is important. Of course, there are topics that were not mentioned, and the participants reminded me of, like the mechanical harvest, which is our problem in the future years for so many reasons. Anything that could reduce the productivity cost and would increase the profit of the farmer is of utmost importance to save this field and sector. And I believe that our friends in Italy or Greece have, and some from Lebanon, have presented ideas that are not expensive and costly, because I've noticed during my visit that the concern is on the agricultural formalities. So all these ideas that were presented may be applied, and therefore it's up to us, it's our responsibility to apply, even by just trying, but we need to start and proceed forward to develop and go forward with the olive plantations. During my visits to questions were raised to me, and the participant wanted to ask to the experts. So the colleagues have presented all practical ideas in the field. So if someone wants to ask the questions that you have asked to me directly, in order to open the floor for the debate. We cannot hear the question, please. No poder entender la question. Habla español, encantada. We are asking about everything that is named organic. We are putting what we can to help the plant to grow stronger. What can we do? Is there some products, an organic product, that can help these products or this tree? There are lots of products we are unable to pick among them. So is there something that can help us, like fertilizers or organic fertilizers, or I don't know, something that will help us boost our trees?
I also want to comment on this, but for me, the most important thing when you're trying to grow something organic is to increase the soil fertility by increasing soil organic matter. And so I don't know how it is in Lebanon, but oftentimes farmers used to burn the olive pruning or remove them, and it is important instead that they're used on site. So if you can chop them up and leave them on site, and also bring back manure if you have it, or plant cover crops that can produce a lot of biomass. And the more you can raise the organic level in the soil, the more your tree can have sufficient fertilization even without outside inputs. And because organic farming is characterized by not bringing in chemical inputs, and organic inputs are expensive to transport and carry from outside, whatever you can do to keep that organic matter on the soil is probably the best investment you can do, especially for organic growing, even though this is true generally for any crop. And then, of course, if you have easy access to outside sources, that would be great. I don't know if you are currently bringing back the olive residues from the mill back into the fields in the right dosage. That also is a pressure resource that should go back on the land. And whenever possible, don't leave the soil bare, because when you have the soil bare, you're burning up organic matter and you're not building new organic matter. So when water is not a limiting factor, leave a cover crop and then leave it on site and leave the pruning on site, and if possible, bring in more organic matter. That would be number one recommendation.
إذا جبنا من المعصرة مخلفات عم يجي معها أمراض، هل بتأثر على الشجرة اللي عنا ولا لا؟ هيدي أنا المخيف منها، ما يجيني أمراض أنا بمنطقتي غير زيتون ممرود، جيب المرض لعندي.
I am not a pathologist, so I probably cannot give you an exhaustive answer, but I'm not aware that you can bring back diseases from bringing back olive cake from the mill. I'm not aware that that's a possibility. I don't think it is, but maybe some other expert that are more expert on pathology can support that. I don't know if.
مع البومس انت عم بتقول ما بيجي مع امراض. هالفطر اللي بتشوفه فطر طبيعي، ولكن الافضل انه البومس يتعرض للتخمير، يعني يتم البومس ينعمل له كومبوستينج بعدين ينضاف للزيتون، والا بالارض اذا بتحطه فريش بيتاخر كتير ليبلش يفيد الشجره، فالافضل ينعمل له كومبوستينج بعدين ينضاف على الشجره. تفضل.
يعطيكم العافيه.
في بس تعليق
Just to add another idea, so the general principle is that you should have a great biodiversity of residues that you can add to the soil. In this case, the cake, the pomace, if you bring in the orchard and you have a great biodiversity, I mean a great biomass, a great green cover, manure, or other residues from other cultivation, this would be not a problem. If you have a great biodiversity of the residues, you may have a great biodiversity of microorganisms that are going to degrade these different residues. And if you have a micro-oxygenation of the soil, not an extreme oxygenation that you can have with the tillage, but if you have a micro-oxygenation that is done from the different root system of the weeds, for example, these are all conditions to have a very good humification. It means to have a stable organic matter in the soil that is like your bank account from which you can take nutrients and so on. So it would be a balanced system.
اوكي، نحكى عن اشياء كثير حلوه من الصبح. واحده من الاشياء اللي هي تربيه الدواجن بين البساتين. نحن عملنا تجربه مع تلاميذ المدرسه بعقلين على بساتين. اخذنا بعض عينات بساتين الزيتون.
We took some of the plantations of organic and we put some mediums there. We put some of them in remote areas and some in closer areas, and some next to the chicken, and it appeared that the ones that were next to the chicken were catching about 70 to 90 week, whereas the ones that are far were not catching as much. His question is raiding the chicken and the fertilizers of the chicken, does that have a negative effect on the plantations of olives? Having chicken raised next to the olive gardens. Raising chicken and their fertilizers, would that affect negatively or positively the olive trees?
Manure without the chickens, you just apply chicken manure. Okay? So, well, I'm not aware of.
No, I don't think.
Niel ha messo la trappola vicino al posto dove ci sono le galline vive.
Sì.
Quindi la
E ha tirato più mosche?
Ha tirato più mosche. È logico.
Perché l'ammoniaca che magari.
Sì. Letame che è fresco attira.
I'm not aware of an interaction between the chickens and the fly. I'm not aware of why the chickens would attract the fly. But what I would say is that I don't think this will change the dynamic of the fly population in the orchard, because the fly moves quite a bit from field to field, and even if the population could be concentrated a little bit by moving chickens, this will probably not affect your fly infestation in the field. I did not mention it today, but when the olives fall into the field before harvest. Oftentimes they fall because there is a larva inside, and the chickens pick up the olives and destroy the larva. So in theory, this is a great service, but in practice doesn't help. That's why I did not mention it. Doesn't help because the chickens act after the larva is in the olive, and at that point the damage is done. And yes, of course, you reduce the population if you clean it up, and yet the reduction is doubtfully helpful next year because it takes very few flies if the conditions are right to get a big infestation anyway. So I do not think any of these things that chickens can do in terms of shifting the population or cleaning up the olives will actually be particularly beneficial. Even if you had enough chickens to clean your orchard, you'll get flies from the neighbors. So unfortunately, this is not something that the chickens can do effectively. But in your particular specific questions, I really was not aware of the fact that chickens can attract the flies. And I'd love to talk to you a little bit more and see if there is something more that we can ask and find out that could be useful. I'd love to talk to you.
Sorry for the question.
بما انه عفوا بس بما انه عم نحكي عن التشيكن، احد الزملاء الحاضرين طرح سؤال موجه لكم، انه الدجاجه لما تاكل حبوب الزيتون الخضراء او السوداء هل بيأثر على جهازها الهضمي؟
Black, would that affect their digestive system? Can the chicken digest the olive and the seed inside it? Would that affect its digestive system, or it's a natural thing?
We raised 3 cycle chickens, and one of them was at the time where there's olives on the ground, and we did not find any problems with the chickens. I'm an olive tree scientist, not a chicken person, so I don't know enough about chickens. Unfortunately, when you do these things, it's the complexity that tricks you because you need all the skills. I don't know if eventually they pass them out when there is too many on how it works. All I can tell you is that it definitely is not a problem for the chicken. Chickens did not die or suffer. We butchered them when time came, and there was no problem with this thing. But you made me curious now. I want to find out what happens to those pits in the stomach after a while.
Sorry. I have a comment related to the question of my colleague of the effect of the chicken manure on trapping the flies of the larvae or the adults of flies, of olive flies. In fact, I read many papers related to the effect of the chicken manure. They trapped the flies because the chicken manure contain high content of protein, of nitrogen, like ammonia. This ammonia contribute to attracting and trapping the adult flies.
Thank you for the contribution.
So, for example, they fix traps, they fill it with the solution of chicken manure, and they hold it in trees. By such way, this form like a mass trapping for the adult flies of olive fly. Okay, just for a clarification.
Thank you.
في سؤال.
أود أن أشكر كل المنظمين لهالمؤتمر، وبالحقيقة كل المحاضرين مفروض أنه نشكرهم لأنه كتير استفدنا من المعلومات القيمة يلي أعطيتونا إياها. عندي سؤال ما بعرف للدكتور سبيروس يلي كان معنا أونلاين. حضرته ذكر بمداخلته أنه منحط شجر أو نزرع شجر الأفوكا، وشفنا بالفيديو أنه في شجر عمره
There are trees that are 40 years old among the olive trees, but we are known in Lebanon that the plantation of olives in most areas, not to say all areas, is without irrigation. Avocado requires water, and of course this will affect the olive trees and the quality of the olive oil. Whereas in the Quran there is a verse that says olive and all other trees. What we know from our ancestors is that within every 7 olive tree they used to plant another type of tree, which is a fig, because it contains a type of glue, this product which kills any insect or that will damage the olive tree. This is known scientifically, and there are studies. So within every 7 olive tree, a fig tree, because it creates a certain glue that will help kill any thing that would harm the olive tree. We have discussed that we should have a national strategy to preserve the olive trees. As you have said, this is our green gold, our green economy that we should in Lebanon preserve, because our country in Lebanon is very small, like a point on the map. So we need to be very cautious to our environment issues. And I have another question, but let's give Dr. Spiro the chance to answer. I apologize, but I cannot hear him well, Dr. Spiro.
At least only the first years growth until the avocado is established. Years. After that, when avocado is established very well in the soil, avocado can survive with lower quantities of water. After that, we prune the tree, eliminate the foliage, the water. This means that pipe with less quantity of water. And quantity of water cannot affect the olive tree. Normally, an olive tree, the oil quantity, olive quantity affected, over-irrigated water, which is difficult in practice. Anyway, well, your question is how avocado can be combined with olive, and if the quality of the olive oil is affected, and vice versa, for avocado. Look, this innovation, you say, planting avocado with olives is really new. It has a history of 2 years. But on the other hand, from observations and from my experience, there are a few avocado trees grown for more than 15, 20 years inside olives, just scattered trees, not organized orchards. And those trees, those avocado trees are doing very well inside the olive orchard. So this is the philosophy of this idea. To grow both, to have both avocado and olive in the same field, to increase the income of the farmer.
هل ممكن للمترجم يتوصل له
اوكي ثانك يو دكتور سبيرو. انا بدي اعلق على الموضوع، مع انه انا كمان ما كثير قدرت فهمت لانه كان في تقطيش وبنعتذر على هذا الموضوع. بس انا بدي
What I would like to say that Dr. Spiro has presented to us an idea to plant avocado between the trees, but we need to pick according to the region where they are and per the availability of the water for irrigation, for any other as well planting. Our ancestors used to plant fig trees and other type of trees. All of these, or almonds, for example, if we can still do that, all these are good profitable agriculture. We cannot, depending on the region, we cannot plant, for example, avocado in a place at 1,100 meters high, or in the Bekaa, or in the north of the Bekaa. He presented an idea, and we do thank him for this idea that he has highlighted, and the choice of this tree, whether of any other types that we could recommend. Lots of types of different trees depending on the elevation of the land. Any location, you could pick the harvest that would be suitable for this region and the quantity of the water that is available. So we should not, or we do not have to be to abide by the issue of avocado. My question is planting avocado next to the olive tree, would that cause any harm? This is a question presented for the debate. There is an idea for us in Lebanon, is that if olive trees take water, it will not be of good quality. And this is a wrong idea. On the contrary, when the olive is stressed with a lack of water, the quality of the oil is affected, specifically the organoleptic quality. So if there is a water source next to the olive, it does not affect it. Most importantly is to plant within the olive trees, when we have space, any type of other profitable trees that would give you cash directly and in a more rapid way. What about the plantation as well of this other type, like the thyme? I am professor at the Lebanese University since 30 years. I would like to tell you for the olives, today the modern plantation of olive is all irrigated. And we are from Mediterranean countries, the north and the south. The south, we have 7 months of dry weather. So definitely you have to plant the type of trees that can resist the absence of water. In the upper mountains there is rain, so it's as if it is irrigated, and they do not find any problem with the quality. And Mr. Engineer said this is a false concept that we need to leave. Irrigation will increase the quantity, will increase the productivity, kilogram per square meters or hectare, and will increase the percentage of the oil. So do not be afraid at all from irrigation, but it should be moderate and not in huge quantity. Last Sunday, I was visiting a friend of mine in the region of Brih, and he's an excellent farmer. His name is Mr. Walid Al-Ali. He has planted trees of olives and avocado together, and he is irrigating them together, and it's working out very, very well. Thank you, Dr. Dawood. There is a question for the gentleman. I wanted to speak in Arabic, but I will speak in English so they understand.
Seminar, I noticed that somebody was talking about the forestry and the olive oil. Okay. خلال السمينار
During the seminar, they were speaking of forestry and olives inside the forestry. In Lebanon, we cannot do an indexation of the forestry. We can remove maybe trees and plant olives. But the Lebanese people, most of it nowadays live from other places. We work in olives because we own this tree. We have not lived like it's our ancestors. We did not live with it or from it. We live with it because we inherited it. This is very important. The olive tree loves the human. If you have a house with an olive tree next to it, it's full of olives. And if it's far from the house, it doesn't carry olives, which means the olive tree likes the human. So what is the solution for the human? Because this is more in Lebanon, for the man, for the human to benefit from the tree and live with it without being next to it. Because our livelihood, our business forces us to live in the city, but during the harvest season we go to get the olives. So our question is, what's the solution? I have 2 pieces of land with olive trees, one with 300 trees, alone olive trees, that produces good olives, and I have another piece of land which, as the engineer said, inside of a forest of forest trees with 30 olive trees, it gives much more better quality olives. So humanly, how can we do as residents of the capital and do not live next or from our olive trees? How can we do it to bring these together? Por favor.
Understand clearly, you said that you have some olive trees in the forest.
No, I was asking, how can we, as
My question is, ¿cómo poder asemblar? How can we bring the olive tree to the humans? This is my question. Because it seems the olive tree wants to live with the humans, not away. It does better when it lives next to the humans.
I confess my limits. I look at things as a scientist. So when you talk about human interaction without defining a little more closely what we're talking about, I'm afraid I don't have a particular answer. I can see that human can improve olive productivity and quality by doing certain agronomical practices. And so I can tell you what agronomical practices I think that can improve it. But if you talk about general human interaction, I don't know, from a more spiritual kind of point of view, I'm afraid I might not have an answer for that. Perhaps I don't understand clearly your question, but one thing I would like to clarify is, I think when Peter talked about agroforestry with olives, that's a very confusing term. So I want to clarify that agroforestry is not forestry. When we talk about growing things in agroforestry, doesn't mean growing things in a forest. The term forestry stands for tree. So this is a very confusing issue. But agroforestry with olives is not olives and forest, is olive as a tree with something that's not a tree. So olive and sheep, olive and chickens, olive and broccoli, olive and something else below, that's olive agroforestry. It has nothing to do with forestry. So I wanted to just make sure that this is clear. And this said, perhaps later, I'd like to understand better which olives of yours produce better, and maybe we can understand why and how you can improve on the other side as well. So maybe if I understand a little better, maybe we can have a more fruitful conversation.
أستاذ عندك سؤال؟ عندما يزهر الزيتون أحيانا يبقى الزهر أكثر من الورق، ولكن بموسم التزهير بيتعرض لعوامل طبيعية.
What is happening is when we have the olive tree, there is more flowers than the... So maybe it's either hot or there is a period of cold weather where the temperature is down, and as a result, most of the time, the flowers of the olive tree will fall. My question is, some of the tradesmen of pesticides have, and I'm the one who asked, have advised us to go try to use this hormone. And from that, I have 3 questions. First of all, is it allowed to use hormones? Second, does the hormones give a good result? And my third question, if it gives a good result, would it affect, or does that affect the health and the type of the olives that are produced?
So I will try to answer to the question. For sure, the blooming time is a very delicate period for olive. This year, for example, in Italy, especially in the Tyrrhenian coast, so the west coast, we had a very hot weather, warm air during full bloom. And we registered a fall of the flowers and a very, very low fruit set. Okay, so it's a very delicate period and concentrated in the year that everything can happen. Okay, so this is just to give you the general idea. What about hormones, or if we can spray something to increase the fruit set? In Italy, we cannot use hormones, so it is not allowed. And the use of hormones is every time we have a lot of papers, scientific papers, and we have very different results when you use the hormone, because it depends from the physiological status of the tree, it depends from the climate, it depends from the temperature conditions. So there are a lot of factors affecting the effect of the hormone. Okay, what we have seen, for example, that it can be helpful to use some organic products like algae
extracts, maybe?
Algae extracts or humic extracts that can be sprayed on the leaves, so are foliar treatments that can be sprayed before the full bloom and after the full bloom, and they can enhance the fruit set. But again, it depends from the specific condition. If you have some nutrients deficiency in the soil, or the plant is in a very good nutrient conditions, depends from the weather, the climate, the temperature of the air. Okay. Another question that is quite common in Italy, can we apply boron as a foliar application to enhance the fruit set? Again, it depends, because most of the soils that we have in Italy, we don't not have a boron deficiency. So we have a high concentration of boron in the soil. Of course, if you are working with a sandy soil and you have a deficiency, foliar application of boron can be effective. It can be helpful to increase the fruit crop and the fruit set.
Just to make sure, this is probably not a problem, but of course you need pollination, and most olive varieties are not self-fertile. So if there is lack of a pollinator, then of course none of these things will help because you're lacking pollen. So you probably don't, I assume this is a traditional orchard and it's been working for many years and probably has different varieties around. But just as a thought, if there is a lack of a pollination, then that would be the first problem. Because if the olive does not get pollinated from a different variety that's compatible, then of course you get flowers but no fruit, or very little fruit if the pollen is there but it's too far and not enough arrives. So that's the first thing to check. Do you have different varieties and you know that pollination is not a problem? Because otherwise you should check into that as well. And generally speaking, if there is not a pollination problem, if there is not hot, dry wind or cold conditions that ruin the flowers, and you get a beautiful flower but then not enough fruit set, it might be an indicator that the plant is not properly fertilized. So if the plant, you can force fruit set with hormones, but if the plant doesn't have resources, it cannot make olives. So one way or another, it's gonna lose them. So the first condition is that the plant is fertilized, and fertilized, I don't mean necessarily bringing fertilizer from outside, but it needs to be in a fertile context. So if the soil is poor, if the soil is flooded, or if the growing conditions are agronomically insufficient, there's nothing that will make the plant set fruit. So a low fruit set could be an indication that there's not enough organic matter or enough nitrogen or enough nutrients, particularly nitrogen, I suppose, in the soil. So that's the first condition. If the soil is agronomically well kept and it still doesn't set fruit, it could be a pollination problem, or it could be a particular deficiency like boron. If that's not the case either, then it could be a particular element like boron or pollination or something else. So first thing, are there conditions like hot winds or cold spells after blooming? Is there enough pollination? Is the plant sufficiently fertilized?
Okay.
شكرا دكتوري لأنكم فعلا أعطيتونا أفكار كثيرة بموضوع تثبيت الزهر. السؤال الأخير على السريع لأنه ما عاد عندنا وقت.
The flowers fast because we are running out of time. Doctor from Deir al-Amar, we forget something in Lebanon. That when the olive trees are flowered, we have 2 weeks sometimes of extreme heat from the wind coming, the Easter wind, and we have the heat of the 50s from Africa, and all this has a negative effect on the tree. It does not have enough time or energy to raise and protect these flowers, and this affects negatively in destroying this. Sir, here you go. I am from the environment. We are talking here about the organic plantation. We attend here for our trees and to plant organic. And we have a common disease here in our area. As a co-op, we are a group of farmers. Go please directly to the question. Our main concern, what do you have as a medicine that could coincide with the organic to fight these flies, the flies that attack olive trees? Do you have an organic recommendation?
The organic waste that I know is a spinosad. It's sold by Dow Scientific. It's the equivalent of Bacillus thuringiensis for other crops, for Lepidoptera, for butterflies. The spinosad is a virus of the fly. It can be sprayed. It's usually sprayed together with a bait, a proteic-based bait. So you spray part of the canopy with a bait, and then you spray this spinosad that attracts the fly, and the spinosad is an infection that will kill the fly. That's the only organic fly killer. An alternative is kaolin. Kaolin is a white clay that can be suspended in water. Then you spray the olives and they turn white. It covers the olive. You have to have a perfect coverage, so the oil is completely painted white with this clay. And when the olive is coated with clay, the fly does not recognize it as its fruit, and so it will not lay eggs. The problem with kaolin is, one, it's expensive, and two, if it rains, it gets washed away, so you have to spray again. So that's annoying. So depending on your climate, maybe you get one spray and you're okay, or maybe you have to spray 3 or 4 times because it rains. The spinosad, it's probably overall less expensive than the kaolin, and probably just as effective. And these are the only 2 means I know of organic control of the olive fly. The other thing is, if you can't control it, harvesting early, you lose a few points in oil yield, but you limit very much the damage, and so you can still make acceptable olive oil with a fly infestation by picking a little bit earlier. So that's just the 3 things you can't juggle for organic oil.
Yes, also neem oil, but all these pest control systems are effective on adults, okay, on the insect. There are no organic products working as a systemic product, or working on the larva that is inside the fruit. Okay, so this should be very, very clear. So we have to take the moment that when we have the adults that are trying to attack the fruit.
Also, neem oil, while it is allowed in organic, keep in mind that it's fat soluble, so you actually end up with neem in the oil, which, so for the time being, is still legal, but it's questionable that it will be for long, because even though it's natural, it's still an insecticide, it's still a poison, and it's fat soluble, so you will find it in your oil. So it's, in the long term, it might no longer be a possibility.
اوكي سؤال اخير دكتور جهاد عندك بس لانه محشورين شوي بالوقت.
يعطيكم العافيه وشكرا على هالورشه. نحن متفقين انه الليجيومز يعني البقوليات هي كثير مهمه از كفر كروب لحتى تعطي ازوت ولحتى تفيد البساتين. بس لفتني قصه الاسباراغوس الهاليون اسباراغوس اكوتيفوليوس انه عم تشجعوا زراعتها. هي موجوده عندنا بالبساتين وبتعمل مشكله، بتخزق الخايش نحن فلشينه تنلم الزيتون وما بتعمل كافر، ما بتمشي بالعرض، بتطلع فيرتيكال على الشجره. هي والكليماتيس هون بالتاين يعني بيغطوا على شجره الزيتون وبخففوا الانتاج. شو القيمه المضافه، شو الادينج فاليو اللي بتعطيها النبته بالبساتين؟
Allora, l'asparagus una pianta che cresce verticale e fa delle spine che rompono le rete quando cominciamo la raccolta. Qual è il valore aggiunto che dà l'asparagus all'olive orchard?
If you have a market for wild asparagus, like in Italy, it costs between 15 and maybe 25 euros per kilogram. When you sell it wholesale, you probably get half as much, but even 10 or 15 euros per kilogram, it's big money. So if you have an olive orchard with a cultivation of asparagus below, if you sell the asparagus, you make more money with the asparagus than with the olive. So that's why you do it. Of course, it's a niche crop, so before you plant a hectare of asparagus, you must make sure you have a hectare of market, because otherwise you're wasting your time. So check your market, but if the market is there, chances are you make more money with the asparagus than with the olives. As far as netting is concerned, I can tell you my very personal experience. I have it in my own house, in addition to having worked as a scientist with this. It's even helpful for the netting if you use the nets that are not the 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter holes, but the ones that are much thicker together, like the holes are like a couple of millimeters long. Those nets are a little bit more expensive, but they run smoothly over the asparagus vegetation, no problem. There is only one problem. When the asparagus shoots die naturally, because there's a turnover, they live a couple of years and then they die, you want to remove the dead material, and you want to remove it in time so that it's degraded by the time you harvest, or bring it out of the field. Because if you remove it and chop it up in the field and not chop it up completely, then those dead branches will get stuck to your nets. Unless you use a tarp that doesn't have holes at all, it's just a tarp, like a shading cloth, like a thick shading cloth. I use that. Nothing attaches to that. It runs over anything very smoothly. If you have nettings of the thick kinds, they run smoothly over the asparagus, but you must remove the dead vegetation. And I'll tell you more about it. When the soil is a little bit on a slope, having the asparagus on the edge is even useful, because you put the nets over the asparagus. If the asparagus are along the tree lines, you put the nets like this, and it holds up the net for you. I don't have to hold the net with sticks or other things. And downhills, if there is asparagus, the net stays up. I don't have to roll up the net, otherwise they always roll downhill. So I even find it useful to have them. So it is totally manageable, but you do need the nets that have small holes. The one with big holes, you can still do it, I've done it, but you have to move them very carefully, lifting up before you pull, otherwise it could be a problem.
طيب رح نتوقف عنا الاستراحة هلا. كم دقيقة الاستراحة؟ 15 دقيقة استراحة وبنرجع لنكفي طاولة النقاش. 15 دقيقة استراحة. Benissimo.
Sì. No, mi sorprende questa partecipazione attiva degli agricoltori, questa partecipazione molto vissuta, insomma.
الزراعيين والخبراء ناس بيسألون بدي أعرف هيدا شو هو الصنف، وهل البلدي أحسن من الصوري أو الصوري هو بذاته البلدي، أو هل العيروني هو صنف بحد ذاته أو حالة استثنائية. فبعدنا لحديت هلأ نحن دائما بنقاش دائم بموضوع أصناف الزيتون. الصراحة الموضوع اللي انطرح اليوم صباحا مهم جدا، لأنه نحن إذا بدنا نعمل هوية لزيتنا اللبناني، نحن ما بدنا ننتج زيت يشبه الزيت الإسباني أو زيت يشبه الزيت اليوناني أو بيشبه الزيت الإيطالي. نحن بدنا ننتج زيت اللبناني ونعطيه هوية تكون معروفة. أكيد هالشي بيتطلب بالبداية نعرف شو هن الأصناف الموجودة عنا، ونحدد أي هي الأصناف اللي بتقدر تعطينا هوية لزيتنا اللبناني، وبالأخص نعرف أي هي الأصناف اللي بتقدر تتحمل العوامل المناخية اللي نحن ناطرينها مع التبدل المناخي. إذا لاحظتوا السنة كان كل أصناف الزيتون المزروعة بلبنان بعلة على يعني من دون ري تأثرت بالجفاف وصار عندها عطش. فمعرفة الأصناف ومعرفة خصائص الأصناف أمر مهم جدا لحتى نطور قطاع زيت الزيتون. الموضوع الثاني اللي حكت فيه الدكتورة شلا موضوع مهم جدا، يلي هو الإرث الكبير اللي تركوه جدودنا. أنا من شي أسبوعين كنت بمنطقة الشوف وفرجاني صاحب البستان على شجرة وعم يحكيني، قلت له اوعك تفكر إنه جدودك زرعوها، هيدي بعدها أقدم من جدودك. أكيد جدودك إجوا، هو شوي جدوده مهمين يعني، جدودك إجوا لقوها لهالشجرة، مثل ما أنا جدودي بالجنوب لما إجوا لقوا شجرة عمرها 1000 سنة بالأرض، وبالتالي هيدا نحن ورثناه، لازم كمان نحافظ عليه ونورثه لأبنائنا ونتركه ثروة طبيعية وثروة كمان جينية لإلنا. موضوع الأشجار المعمرة في عنا موضوع العناية فيها، لأنه له عناية إلى عناية خاصة. كما أنه شو فينا نعمل نحن لنحمي هالشجر، لأنه هلأ أي واحد فيه يلاقي شجرة معمرة يقلعها ويبيعها، ما حدا بيقول له لا، ما حدا بيمنعه. المشكلة عنا إذا عملنا قوانين، نحن شاطرين كتير بنعمل قوانين كتير حلوة، لكن شاطرين كمان بخرق القوانين. كيف بدنا نقدر نحفظ هالإرث الكبير اللي عم نخسره كل سنة، يلي هي الأشجار المعمرة المنتشرة بكل المناطق اللبنانية. إذا في أي أسئلة عن الموضوعين اللي ذكرتهم تفضلوا. هلا مش موضوعنا هون، موضوعنا هو تحديد الأصناف والأساليب لتحديد الأصناف وخصائص الأصناف والأشجار المعمرة.
شو بدنا نزرع؟ يعني أنا عندي أرض وجاي بدي أطلع أزرعها وعندنا ضيعة، بدي أسعى إنه نكون عم نساعد إنه نزرعها، وهذا الهدف اللي حمسني إجي. يعني بدي جواب.
السؤال كتير pertinent مهم، وما بعرف إذا عنا جواب واضح. أكيد أول شيء بدك تسأل عنه هو المشتل، مشاتل موثقة في منها وين ما كان اليوم على الأراضي اللبنانية. أكيد تكون صنف على القليل true to type، مش ما نقول disease free و pest free وإتسترا، بس على القليل true to type تعرف شو عم تشتري. مثلا ما نشتري بيتشولين ونسميها، ما هيك دكتور ميلاد أبو شوكة، وبعدين نعمل 8 سنين أبحاث مع مشاريع أوروبية تنكتشف إنه الأبو شوكة مثلا قد يكون البيتشولين الفرنسي. يعني المهم إنه الإيدنتيتي فاريتال أو الأوثنتيسيتي تكون واضحة جدا، يكون في تراكينج، نعرف أي صنف عم نشتري، أي صنف بننصح. هيدا غير موضوع. أنا إذا بدي أزرع بشوف المنطقة شو بيربى فيها، عنده ما يسمى السوري نسبة للصور، حتى لو كنت شاكي إنه السوري هو البلدي الموجود بلبنان، بس أهل الشمال بيسموه السوري نسبة لصور لأنه جاي من صور. إذا السوري هو ناجح بالمنطقة بضلني على السوري. إذا في العيروني يلي هو معروف بيعرفوه كتير أهل الشمال، وهو منه دبل بيربس، هو موجه خاصة لإنتاج الزيت، وصار مهدد جدا هذا الصنف، لانه كنا عم ندور عليه مع اللاري بشراسه هذا الموضوع تحديدا العيروني، وما لقيناه بسهوله. بعدين الدكتور ميلاد حدي فيه ببستان بالكوره، نحن حطيناه فيه كمان ببستان صغير بالكوره اتسترا. هيدا الصنف قد ما فينا نحافظ عليه بيكون منيح، علما انه هو موجه زيت ومش دبل بيربس. في عنا بعض الاصناف اللي قد تكون مثل ما قلت من شوي جايه عبر الحدود السوريه، وهي اسماء مضعضعه شوي، ما بين مثل ما قلنا ابو شوكي، دال، جلوط، نبالي. كل هالامور في العبده مصلحه الابحاث العلميه الزراعيه قادره توجه يعني بشكل واضح بهذا الموضوع، لانه عندهم كولكشن اوف جينوتايبس قديمه ومحدثينها. الاصناف الايطاليه والاسبانيه فاتت على لبنان، وموجوده كمان مصلحه الابحاث العلميه الزراعيه ب محطة الكورة كفر شخنة. في عندكم كمان مجمع الوراثة اللي موجود عند الدكتور ميلاد بمصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية بتاع العمارة، وعندكم مجمع الوراثة اللي موجود بجنوب. أنا شخصيا عندي ضعف صوب اللاند ريسز، أي ما يسمى بالأصناف التقليدية يلي هي متجذرة عنا بالمنطقة، يلي هي بكل المناطق العربية والدول العربية اسمها بلدي بلدي، ما اختلفنا يعني لوكل، بس الباس جينيتيك تبعيتها منها هالقد ضيقة، يعني قد يكون فيها تنوع أكثر مما بنتصور.
تمام. تفضلت وحكيت عن موضوع الأشجار المعمرة. في كتير مزارعين بيجوا بيسألونا وبيروحوا بدلونا على هاي الأشجار. بالزمانات انعمل دراسة مع الإيطالية على عمر هول الأشجار ونشاف كذا نموذج بلبنان. ففي كتير من هيدي الأشجار إذا نحن بدنا نحميها أو بدنا نصنفها أو نحافظ عليها، في شيء مشروع أو في شيء دراسي عن هذا الموضوع؟ لأنه شوي مع الوزارة نحن ما في كتير عم نشتغل هيك شيء.
لا تفضل هي تجاوب.
معلي إذا لخصت سؤالك باثنين، يعني أعطينا نقطتين، شو السؤالين؟
السؤال إذا نحن بدنا نحافظ على هاي الأشجار، يعني اعتبري نحن رحنا على هاي الضيعة.
بدك تبلش بمبادرة شخصية جدا، ما بنعتمد لا على الوزارات ولا على المؤسسات. لحديت اليوم بالبلد ما في قانون أو قرار، في وقت ما بيكون في قانون بيكون في ديسيجن، ما هيك؟
صحيح.
ما في قرار واضح بهذا الموضوع، لأنه زيتون يصنف شجرة مثمرة وليس شجرة غبية. الغابات أرز، صنوبر، سندين ممنوع الدق فيها وإلا بايلو وكان القانون. بينما شجر الزيتون وضع مختلف، هو محير بين اثنين. نحن كان عندنا دونك مبادرة، بس الحديد هلا ما لقينا الظرف المناسب لنبادر فيها عند وزارة الزراعة، علما انه على طول بننسق مع زملاء هونيك، الا وهي حماية ومنع صاحب العلاقة أو صاحب الإرث صاحب الزيتونة. قصة إذا كان السيركونفرنس تبع الفوت سيركونفرنس، يعني على الكعب الدائرة تبعيتها مثلا نحددها فوق ال6 أمتار، عدم المس فيها، هي تعتبر ما بقنا لك، هي إرث، هي للكل.
نحن بصراحة على صعيد شخصي عم نشتغل هذا الموضوع. بس عادة نحن بلبنان كل شيء فرنجي برنجي. فإذا بتتعاون الجامعة اللبنانية مع الطليان أو مع الإسبان ينصحوا وزارة الزراعة تحافظ على هول الزيتونات، يمكن بيمشي هذا القانون.
لا، هن في مبادرة على الصعيد الفردي بوزارة الزراعة جدا حريصين على أشجار الزيتون المعمرة، بس عم نحكي عن مستوى القرار وعن مستوى القانون بعد بدها شوية خطوات لقدام.
خير إن شاء الله. شكرا.
بالنسبة لحفظهم كمان استراتيجية في عدة دول على دونك على حوض المتوسط مهتمين بهيدا الإرث، وفي الفاو عندهم ما يسمى بالجاياس أو موضوع الحفظ أو الصون ما يسمى بالأجري كالتشرال، الإرث الزراعي الثقافي هيريتج للإنسانية. يعني نحن اليوم مثلا الموضوع وقت كان مطروح على تصنيف أشجار زيتون بشعلي الأثري إرث أونسكو من قبل رئيس البلدية دونك رئيس رشيد جعجع، بعتقد بعضهم محتارين بالجواب إذا كان هو إرث يقدر بمال يعني في عنده valuation ولا لا، إرث مادي أو غير مادي، في بعض عندهم هالتشالنج. فإذا كعينا هون بدنا نتوجه صوب الجياش.
دكتورة الآن.
So with regard to the ancient trees, at least in Greece, the recent years there is a lot of interest. So there are two cases One in the island of Naxos, when there is a very old tree which has been characterized as Throuboya genetically. So the mayor bought the land. So they bought the land and protect the trees and create like a site where people can visit, tourists as well. So this is very important. The same thing happened in Chania. There is a tree that is considered 1,000 years old, but it's very difficult to identify the age. And this also was, the land was bought by the mayor and create a park around the tree. So this tree is protected now. With regard to whether there is any commercial interest, this is very important. So if you clone this tree and you plant it, can you use it as a rootstock that might give you a comparative advantage with regard to abiotic stress and climate change? This is one question. The other is, at least there was a study that we did together with Perugia, and we characterized 154 trees in the island of Crete. Some of them were considered emblematic, ancient, important trees. And what we found was approximately more than 90% of these ancient trees were grafted to commercial cultivars. So half of them were Koroneiki and half of them were Tsunati, which are non-commercial cultivars. This happened like 400 or 500 years ago. So you might have an ancient tree, but might be grafted to a non-cultivar. But the rootstock, you know, the under the ground part is another story, and this might be a genetic material that if you grow it and you get fruits, you might get something interesting. Now, from these 154 trees, we identify only 3 genotypes, 3 trees that were not grafted, and they had a genetic profile, a genetic identity that was different from every known cultivar. So one of them had a fruit shape that was completely different from any other fruit. Now, this is something that we got funding from the Greek government, from the region of Crete, and we are going to clone them, to grow them, to get them in 3 years into production. It takes 2 to 3 years. And then to produce some olive oil and to see whether there are any specific characteristics of this. So this is that can be registered as a cultivar because it's a fruit tree crop. Any single tree can be considered as a new cultivar if you can prove that it has a totally different genotype. So this is something interesting. All this genetic material can lead to new cultivars that it gives you a marketing advantage, because if you say that I have a tree that is 2,000-3,000 years old and then you produce olive oil out of it and it grows in Lebanon, nobody else has this. Olive oil, regardless if the olive oil is high quality or different than any other olive oil, yes? It doesn't matter. It's the identity that counts. It's not, olive oil has a lot of characteristics, but we cannot say it's like wine, you know. You have the terroir, you can distinguish different wines, but when it comes to olive oil, the knowledge is limited in order to identify specific characteristics and to associate them with a specific region where it grows. But it gives you a comparative advantage as a marketing tool. You say, this is a Lebanese cultivar, was growing here 3,000 years old, is ours, nobody else has it, and gives a very specific particular olive oil from this region. So this can be a new cultivar and gives you some advantage that nobody else can have it. People can copy and buy the trees and grow them in Australia, but it's not exactly the same, right? So you have the advantage. So this is a strategy that might lead to, but it always depends on productivity. No matter what we say, you know, you need to have the oil content has to be higher than 25%, 27. Koroneiki, for example, the oil content in the fruit is around 27%. So you need high oil content and you need high productivity. So you need these 2 things. In addition to a nice story that is a cultural story that can give you a comparative marketing advantage, you need also to have these agronomical characteristics that is going to convince the grower to plant it and grow it. Yes.
دكتورة لميس، أنا مثلك بحب الأصناف التقليدية واللاند ريسز كالتيفرز، بس بين الأصناف التقليدية أي صنف معقول يكون عنده ريزيستنس أو توليرنس للأوليف فروت فلايز؟
ما بعرف،
لأنه بما أنه أكثر شيء عنا المزارع عنده بيواجه تحدي مهم هو
لا، ما فينا نقول انه نحن قمنا بعمليه علميه مونيتورينج لنراقب الاصناف البلديه، بس every single land race that's still surviving over years هي بحد ذاتها resilient. هلا اذا بتعملي شيء علمي دقيق of course you have free space to do it. It's highly recommended. هلا انا بس بدي اضيف شغله، مثل ما تفضلتي وقلتي فيك تقوم فينا كابحاث نقوم بعمليه تقييم دقيقه لمقاومه الاشجار المعمره، لمقاومتها للامراض البايوتيك ستريسز وللابايوتيك ستريسز، لانه اثنيناتهم حكي، فيستحسن انه نقوم بهالعمليه بشكل دقيق. بس اللي بدي اقوله على صعيد المحافظه على كمان هالماتيريال، مثل ما تفضل وقال الدكتور بطريقه يمكن مباشره وغير مباشره، you can perpetuate the material yourself. يعني مثلا اذا شلت منها عقل وطعمتها على البذره هي ذاتها، هي زيتون المعمر بلبنان بعده عم ينتج وحتى البذره بتنزل على الترانك، بيكون في شويه تراب على الترانك بتفرخ. نحن بنفتكر انه هيدا سكر طالع من الروتس، هو مش بالضروره، هو هي بذره مفرخه بشويه تراب على الجذع. تصور لاي درجه. فانت اذا شلت بذر فرختهم بالنيرسري ورجعت طعمت على هالسيدلينج اللي فرخ، طعمت عقله، يعني سواء كان تي بادينج او غير شيء، طعمتها هون يو ار ميكينج ا كايند اوف ريجوفينيشن، عم بتجدد شبابها للزيتونه المعمره، بالوقت ذاته عم بتكترها. سو نحن فينا نكتر الزيتون المعمر بهالطريقه، لانه وقت حاولنا دونك مع احدى المؤسسات اللي تبرعت بهذا الموضوع ومع اللاري نكتر الزيتون المعمر، ما كان سهل نعمل منه عقل. بعدين وقت بتصير عندك هيدا الماتيريال بالنيرسري فيك تعملي كل عمليه التستينج سواء كان للبايوتيك او للابايوتيك ستريس confined conditions.
يعطيك العافيه دكتوره. انا كان بدي اقول بالنسبه للمحافظه على الزيتون المعمر، اليوم مثلا عم نشهد عدم الاحصائيات. اول شيء يعني بلبنان ما في احصائيات بتحصي هيدي الزيتون وين بالتحديد بالمناطق اللي هو معمر وقديش له كم سنه معمر. اضافه لليوم الازمه اللي عم نعانيها، اعطيكي ابسط مسألة عندي انا، يعني انا ورتين مثل ما يقولوا عن جدي، وجدي ورتين ويمكن عن بيو لهذا الشجر. اجى عمي اخر اللحظه لانه مش عم ينتج بشكل ومش عم نلاقي تصريف للانتاج بشكل اصله كله سوا، يعني بصير 25 زيتونه من اللي عمرهم تقريبا اقل وحده عمرها 150 160 سنه، يعني بالحد الادنى.
C'est encore un bébé. À 150 ans, c'est encore un bébé à nous.
فبالتالي نحن لازم يكون عندنا دراسات.
شو السؤال؟ في سؤال بالضبط.
هل يا ترى في جدول الدراسات لهذا الموضوع، احصائيات لعدد الاشجار المعمره، وكيف لازم يكون في برنامج للاعتناء فيها حتى لو كانت عند صاحبها هو الاساسي او الورتانه عن مدري مين لاخر العمر؟
معك حق 100% بهالملاحظه، لازم يكون في مبادره تكون جلوباليزي. بس الصبيه اللي كنت قاعده ورا دونك جنب المهندسه فاتن مدام اميره عم تعمل PhD معنا، هلا مجمدين الشغل شوي على مسح الاشجار الزيتون المعمره بلبنان بكل المناطق اللبنانيه. واكيد برجع بقول لك اللي قلناه بالاول، لبنان كله بستان زيتون معمر، بنفس البستان مخلوط القديم والجديد. واحيانا كثير البي العم الابن بدل ما يقطع عم بيقبعها من جذورها وبيبيعها للاورنامنتال لاندسكيبينج ايشوز. للاسف عم بيصير بزنس ببيع الاشجار المعمره اذا بتعتبر 150 و200 و500 سنه معمر، اكيد بالنهايه عمر. اوكي، يعني في بزنس الاورنامنتال هيدا نمبر 1 صار للاسف. دونك برجع بكرر، نحن حاليا عم نقوم بمسح وعم نكفي دراسه DNA بديفرنت تايبس اوف مولكيولر ماركرز بالتعاون مع مختبرات فرنسيه ضمن الدكتوراه تبع اميره اللي هلا الله راضي بنكشف عن الريزلتس قريبا.
دكتور جهاد بس شو عندك؟
أنا بموضوع الأشجار المعمرة عم تركزوا حضراتكم على الايكونوميك فاليو. يمكن ما عندهاش قيمة اقتصادية هي، يمكن صنف كنوعية مش مطلوب هلا، ولكن أهميتها تراثية، أهميتها للجينيتك دايفرسيتي. هودي أهميتهم إنه نحن مؤتمنين عليهم، مش مرتنينهم. هاو نحن بيمروا علينا ليروحوا لأولادنا وليضلوا للبلد. بعدين هودي خزان للباليو كليماتولوجي، يعني هودي أنا إذا بفوت على 2000 سنة بقدر أعرف كيف كان المناخ من 2000 سنة، قديش كان في CO2 بالجو، قديش كان في تلوث، قديش كان في غير يعني هودي مش لعبه. بعدين عمليه انه انا بشح حالها لحتى لي انتج منها كل البرنسبلز اللي عم نحكي عنهم ما بيطبقوا على هالشجرات. هودي لا بيسوى نشح لهم ولا بيسوى نشيل منهم حطب، لانه هودي عظمتهم بالسيلوات بشكلهم بكميه الخشب، حتى لو انتاجيتهم كانت قليله. بعد في نقطه مقترح بعرفش اذا بيمرق، هو انه في شيء بالتصنيف للمحميات وللمناطق الطبيعيه هي ساكريد جروفز، يلي هي ستاتيو مثل المحميه مثل البيوسفير ريزيرف وكذا. هودي اذا بيتحدد عمر معين ابتداء منه بصيروا ساكريد جروفز هاو، وبدنا نأمن له تمويل ما حدا رح يحافظ عليهم من كرم اخلاقه، وبيجي ابنه ببيع او بقصه. ولكن اذا كان في عمليه مثل الابنيه التراثيه او مثل القلاع او مثل حيالله اشياء، ما فينا نعمل فيها حيالله شيء الا ما نرجع لهيئه معينه، ان شاء الله انه بتكون وزاره الزراعه، وزاره البيئه، التراث، بعرفش مين مسؤول عن التراث اي وزاره. هودي بيكونوا من ضمن هالناشونال ويلث، وبتحافظ عليهم بهالطريقه هاي. يعني هو ممنوع ينمسوا، ويمكن نفعلوا لحتى يحافظ عليهم بانتظار انه نعمل له نوع من الفالوريزيشن من خلال الايكو توريزم، انه تقعد تفرجوا على سنديانه او على زيتونه من ادم اكل تحتها يمكن او عيش هون او يعني هالدايمنشنز هاي اللي بدنا نركز عليها، مش على اذا كان عندها ايكونوميك فاليو او لا.
هلا الجينيتيك ريسورسز ان جنرال اليوم الطلب نعطيها ايكونوميك فاليو دكتور جهاد، لانه لحديت اليوم فشلنا فشل نهائي باعطاء ايكونوميك فاليو للجينيتيك ريسورسز ان جنرال، مش بس للزيتوني. لا اما اللي حضرتك تفضلت وقلتوا هيدا اللي ذكرناه بالبرزنتيشن، وكنا عم نقول انه في بلديتين تحديدا بالاول بالدرجه الاولى، دونك عندنا بلديه بشعله كمان بلديه كوكبه قايمين بهالموضوع على اكمل وجه، وعم يعني في حمله توعيه للناس من الناحيه الروحيه، تصور لاي درجه، حتى على خط انا زيتون كوكبه، للاجرو توريزم، للسبيريتشوال تريلز ببشعله وغيره. اكيد هن خزانه من المعلومات لا ينضب، وقريبا الله راد نعم طبعا باخر الاسبوع بتناقش الاطروحه تبعيتها وبتجي كمان بتحضر فيها.
بس اللي ما بيعرف زيتون كوكبه يعتقد انه السيد المسيح جلس تحتهم اثناء مروره، ففي لهم قيمه كمان روحيه. تفضل.
يعطيكم العافيه. انا مع المحافظه على الشجر الكبير المعمر، بس اذا ما نفكر شوي، انا يمكن عشرت كاليفورنيا كيف عم يشتغلوا. ايه عم يشيلوا الشجر القديم يلي عمره ماكسيموم 250 سنه بكاليفورنيا، ما عمره اكثر الزيتون، عم يوزعون على البيوت لان ما لهم قلب يحرقون او يقصون، وعم يزرعوا سوبر هاي دنسيتي. ليه؟ لان اليد العامله لونج تيرم. نحن انا وقت بلشت لي 10 سنين بالمشروع، من 5 سنين كنت جيب 150 شغيل بالنهار، هلا مش عم لاقي 25 ل 30 شغيل بالنهار. سنه الجاي شو بعمل؟ إذا ما عندنا ماشين، إذا ما بدنا نفكر على البروجرس كيف عم يتطور الزراعة بالعالم، ما بقى اليد العاملة بأمريكا على الساعة $20. يعني شو بده يقطف ب $20 الشغيل؟ عم نحكي لونج تيرم. هلا نحن اوكي مبسوطين عم نقطف وبنطلع بنتسلى فيهم، بس يصير بزنس لا بدنا نلاقي فيهم. بس ما فيك تقطفي شجرة عمرها 200 سنة ميكانيكال، بدك تحافظي عليها للتاريخ. كثير حلوة أنا معها، بس إذا بدكم تطوروا الزراعة بدنا نلاقي فورمول تاني نشتغل عليها. يعطيكم العافية.
So let me answer a little bit. With regard to the financial exploitation, we have to say that probably the trees that are 1,000 years old cannot be many. So it can be 10, 20, 30, let's say, 50 trees. So this you can protect them, but if you'll be able to exploit them as a genetic material, is not wrong. One does not prevent the other. Now, with regard to trees that are more than 100 years old, I have to mention that there are initiatives started in Italy, and now they are using it in Creta also, where they collect the olives from years that are more than 100 years old, and then they extract the olive oil, they bottle it, and they write on the tag, this is centennial olive oil from centennial trees. So, and they sell in higher prices, regardless of quality. The quality of the olive oil might not be good, but just the issue that is from trees that are more than 100, 150 years old, this is very important, yes? So this gives you again a marketing advantage, because most of them are, at least in Crete, they are planted in very few trees per hectare. So this cannot be competitive. You cannot compete the high density olive orchard. So you have to find a way to preserve, because if someone needs some money, they might take them and sell them. They are sold for 10,000, 15,000 euros per each tree if it is more than 100 years old. So you have to find a way to turn this into an advantage. And the only thing is to use it as a marketing tool. You say, I have an olive oil that comes only from trees that are more than 100, 150 years old. This is what they are doing now, and some are successful, so we see how it goes.
والدليل على اللي قاله الدكتور انه في زيت طلع من بعض الزيتونات المعمره بلبنان وانباع بامريكا كانه زيت فينيقي بالعبوات اللي حطيتهم انا بالبرزنتيشن تبعتي. هو سمبلي الشخص يلي اشتغل فيهم كان كتير ذكي، عامل مولكولر اناليسيس ما بين الزيتون هدول المعمر والبلدي كمان مثل ما نحن عملنا، وبرهن انه البلدي وهو هني زيتون، سو صار ياخذ من هو ويقول هني زيت، وعمل مونيتري فاليو كتير قويه. باكتوبر ببلشوا.
اوكي.
لا في تنوع عدة نوعيات، بالعكس تنوع.
طيب دكتور ميلاد تفضل.
نعم، أنا سؤالي لدكتور بانوس، دكتور باناجيوتيس. كنت طرحت حضرتك تقنية يلي هي تقنية استعمال DNA لحتى نعرف نوعية زيت الزيتون أو نوعية الثمار، نوعية صنف الزيتون يلي جاي منه زيت الزيتون. وحكيت كمان دكتورة إيليا عن موضوع اناليز بيعملوه او تحليل بيعملوه لحتى نقدر نعرف ريحه الزيت او البروفيل تبع المواد العطره اللي بقلب زيت الزيتون. انا سؤالي هو كيف بيقدر يستفيد المزارع اللبناني او التاجر اللبناني من هذا الموضوع؟ هل يا ترى اذا مثلا انتم بتفتحوا المجال لانه مزارع او شخص مهتم بالموضوع يبعث عينات لعندكم ويحللها، يعني بيقدروا يتواصلوا معكم عبر الايميل اللي محطوط بالكتالوج اوف انوفيشن لحتى يبعث العينات لعندكم وتحللوها انتم اكيد مقابل الرسم المادي اللي حكيتوا عنه؟ Thank you.
Yeah, as I said, I think I answered one question. If you want to authenticate the Lebanese olive oil, you have to create a database. So you have to collect all the cultivars you have here, most of the commercial cultivars from different regions, create a database, and then to develop an assay, a diagnostic test. It's not difficult, but it takes time and money. You can do it in 1 year, or I can help anyone who wants to do this thing. I can help to do the job. It's not very difficult to do it. And then you have to learn the technique. It's not very difficult. It's quite easy. You have to have some basic techniques in biotechnology, and then you have to create a database. Then you can use it. You can do it here in Lari, for example. It's not very difficult. The only thing is you have to identify the molecular markers that are specific and differentiate, that are polymorphic enough to differentiate the Lebanese cultivars. Because it's a different, it all depends on the question you ask. If you ask the question, is this olive oil Suri or Baladi? It's not difficult to answer this question. But if the question you answer is from which cultivar this olive oil comes, then it's a very difficult question to answer. So there are databases that were circulated in the before project, which I think you were also participated. In this database, there are 1,500 cultivars that were genotyped using 10 SSR markers. So this is a very good database I can provide it. So you can compare all your cultivars with this by using this specific 10 SSR markers. So this can be.
بس لوضح نتفي بس لوضح نتفي السؤال، يعني أنا ما قصدي إذا نحن كلاري أو كأشخاص عم نشتغل بهذا القطاع بعتنا عينات من كم صنف لعندكم أنتم على الانستتيوشن على المختبر بمايك باليونان، ممكن ينعمل داتابيز معينه ويصير اي مزارع من لبنان بيبعت مثلا بده يفحص عينه بهمه الموضوع بده يفحص عينه من البستان تبعه من الصنف البلدي، لانه نحن باعتين لك قبل بلدي وانت عندك البلدي بالداتابيز واجا مزارع
من الاصناف المحليه تبعونا كامله مش داتابيز مش على طول مقارنه بالماتيريال
لا انا عم بحكي عن انا عم ببعث له عينه من عندي من الصنف البلدي اللي هو اكثر شيء منتشر بلبنان. اوكي بعثنا له مجموعه عينات مثلا من الصنف البلدي وعمل الداتابيز عنده، بيصير اي مزارع من لبنان اذا مهتم بالموضوع اكيد اليوم اذا حط يعني اسم الصنف على القنينه تبعه اي تاجر عم بيسفر لبرا رح يكون كثير مستفيد منه، ما رح يبخل ب $200 انه يدفعهم مثلا ليعمل الاناليز، اذا مهتم هو بده يبعث الاناليز حتى يحط هذا الاسم على القنينه تبعه، بنقدر نعمل هذا الشيء. هذا السؤال.
We can cooperate, but this you have to have a kind of a research project and some money. You know, it takes time. It's not you cannot do it in a week. Yes, it's something that needs to be planned and executed. Yeah, is the next project. What was the second question? I missed. Yeah, with the database, something else I wanted to. Yes. We don't provide it as a service. Not in Greece also. We don't provide it yet. Our main objective is to produce like a diagnostic test for specific cultivars and asking specific questions. You are not going to get into, in a service where anyone can send samples and no. Because we are a research lab, we don't provide services on this. We can help someone to develop a diagnostic test. It's not difficult. But we don't provide it as a service for no one, in Greece also. Because a lot of olive oil mills, they approached us asking about this question. But we don't provide it as a service because it's time consuming, you have to be reliable, right? So when you write a certificate, you have to, is your credibility there when you sign it. So it's something that the input with regard to what you get back is not really for a research lab, but we can help to develop the assay. This is not very difficult, but we don't provide it as a service. It's not our objective.
بس هو قصده دكتور ميلاد انه السيرتيفيكيت بدك تعمل بروموشن لبرودكت عندك سيرتيفيكيت ذا اويل ذا كواليتي اوف ذا اويل بس كمان with respect to the cultivar.
Yes, with regard to Elias, yes, with regard to Psilakis. So the major innovation of Elias' approach is, I don't know whether maybe she talked about it, but it's not very clear. The major innovation is that she analyzes the volatile compounds, whatever is coming out of olive oil, under vacuum. So this is a major advantage, and this is not that everybody is doing it. They have patented this approach, So under vacuum, it means that there is no air, so all the volatiles can be released much easier compared to the air. So this is something that also in tomato, for example, there are papers by Harry Clean Science when he identified genes responsible for various tomato taste, etc. So all the volatile compounds, you have a stream of air that is passing from the tomato, and then this is concentrated, airtight, and then you take 1 ml and you inject in a GCMS, so it's a different story. So this vacuum we believe, but with regard to Lebanese olive oil, how this can be used? Well, it depends. If you produce a high production of olive oil, 10 or 20 tons of olive oil, and you produce it from a specific area, it's very important to have the aromatic profile of your olive oil, right? From your trees, from a specific region that can be associated to terroir. And then after you do the analytical chemistry job, you can do this organoleptic analysis by panels. But the panels, you know, is the human factor there. So many well-known panelists, they don't trust very much, you know, the assessment. So it's always very important to have the analytical chemistry in order to validate or to have a way to compare what you can smell when you taste the olive oil with a scientific approach which is quite reliable, right? So it's very important. It's very important, and people don't pay a lot of attention to the aromatic profile of olive oil because this is the first thing that it comes when you taste olive oil. But still there is not a lot of, olive oil is not like wine, so it's still, there is a lot of work to be done, I think, for people to be able to recognize. If you can, like you can recognize a very good wine, if you can recognize a very good olive oil, so it's a matter of education mainly. But this goes from generation to generation. You know, if the kids are educated to recognize a good olive oil, then after 20 years you are going to increase your exports, right? Because you have a market that demands, because the kids know how to recognize the good olive oil. So if you create a market in your country, then you can increase your exports because you have a demanding consumer that wants high quality olive oil. But this it will take education. This will take you 20, 30 years if you start now.
اوكي في سؤال الاخير تفضل.
يعطيكم العافيه جميعا. بدي انطلق باللي حضرتك دكتور تفضلت فيه حول هويه الزيتون اللبناني، والدكتوره كمان اردفت فيما بعد حول انه بتفضل الزيتون البلدي اللي يطعم وينشغل عليه، ولكن بيضل الفوضى اللي نحن بنفضل هذا الواقع كمان. بيضل هذه الفوضى الحقيقه مثل كل الفوضى اللي بلبنان، انه الاستيراد انواع الزيتون، يعني ما حدا عم يعرف شو الانواع الزيتون اللي عم يفوت على لبنان بطريقه عشوائيه، ما حدا عم يعرف، وعم تنقل الكثير من الامراض لانه ربما الحاله الجغرافيه اللي هي عم تكون فيها لا تتوافق مع الموطن الزيتون اللي عندنا. فما بعرف اذا بتوصي شيء لانه يفترض انه يتنظم هذا الموضوع لحتى نعمل هويه عن جد، لانه مش ممكن انه نجيب زيتون اسباني ونقول هيدا زيت لبناني وبدنا نصدره كزيت لبناني. فبالتالي بعتقد انه لازم يكون في عمل على تنظيم هذا الامر ومنع الاستيراد لشوي، ونشتغل على موضوع، لانه نحن بلادنا مثلا بالستينات بقضاء حصبيه يعني كفر حمام عنا كانوا كله مثل ما قالت الدكتوره يشيلوا من كعب من الزيتون البري يزرعوه باراضيهم ويرجعوا يطعموه من الاميات اللي هي الزيتون، نحن بنسميه زيتون روماني، بعرف شو سبب التسميه بس بيسموه زيتون الروماني الكبير، وبذلك صار اسمه زيتون بلدي. فما بعرف قد ايه في ينشغل على هذا الموضوع لعن جد يصير عندنا نحن هويه اسمه زيت اللبناني.
لك للصراحة بلبنان نحن عندنا مهرجان من الأصناف، ولأنه جذورنا فينيقية فمنجيب من هون ومن هون، وبالتالي الأصناف دخلت على لبنان مش من هلأ. يعني يقال حتى أنه الأمير فخر الدين جاب معه من إيطاليا أصناف يلي هلأ أنت حضرتك ذكرت قلت الأصناف الرومية، هي اللي جابها الأمير فخر الدين. حتى وزارة الزراعة بتصور بالخمسينات أو بالستينات كمان جابت أصناف، دخلت أصناف إيطالية للمرة الثانية وسموها هلأ الطلياني، صار صنف بلدي هو الطلياني اللي هو مجموعة أصناف. هلأ مؤخرا ذكرت شغلة مهمة، إنه عم بفوت أصناف زيتون من كل الأنواع، يعني من إسبانيا عم يجي، اخر من ايطاليا اكيد كان عم يجي من زمان، بس اخر شغله وجدتها انه عم يجي هلا من تركيا، في اصناف تركيه عم تدخل على لبنان. اكيد هيدا بيعرقل موضوع انه تلاقي هويه للزيت اللبناني. فاكيد نحن اذا بدنا نشتغل على هذا الموضوع بدنا نرجع نهتم بالاصناف المحليه يلي هن الصوري، يلي هن العيرونه، يلي هن يمكن الاصناف الرومي، او نرجع نهتم فيهم. واكيد اللاري عملت والجامعه اللبنانيه عملوا دراسات على هذا الموضوع بمشاريع ايطاليه، وفي كتيبات بهذا الموضوع، فبدنا نشتغل على هذا الموضوع. للاسف نحن حدودنا فلتانه، بتعرفوا انتم كل الاصناف السوريه صارت عندنا بلبنان كمان، خاصه بمنطقه البقاع. ففي يعني في صار اصناف هائله. صحيح اذا انتج هيدي الاصناف انتجت بلبنان هو زيت لبناني بالنهايه، انتاج لبناني، بس انا كنت عم بحكي عن الاصناف اللبنانيه. يعني الشيء اللي انذكر صباحا يلي هو الزيت المونوفاريتال، نشتغل على هذا الموضوع. وبتصور في تجارب بلبنان، انا شايف قنينه مكتوب عليها زيت سوري، وفي بساتين انزرعت جديد باصناف بلديه وخاصه الصنف السوري، بتصور بعد كم سنه رح تنزل على السوق كصنف وحيد، يعني يلي هو الصنف السوري. فهيدا يعني مشكله عندنا، لكن في مضطرين نلاقي حلول لهيدا الموضوع.
حتى لو بدنا نعتمد المونوفرايتال بدنا ننتبه لضروره المحافظه على التنوع اللي هو أساسي بكل أنواع المقاومة، سواء كانت للبيوتيك أو للإيبيوتيك ستريس. يعني كمان ما فينا بالبلد نعتمد مثلا بس صنفين محليين وتجي آفة أو إيبيوتيك ستريس معين واثنيناتهم يكون عندهم نفس السسبتابيليتي وبيروح كل شيء. هلا في مناطق ما هيك خاصة مشان عملية العصر، لأنه حتى بالمعاصر الحديثة مش على طول فينا نعصر زيتوناتنا، بس بده يكون في خلط. باليونان اغلب الظن ما هيك دكتور كنت عم بتقول انه على المعصره بصير في كواليتي تيست دغري upon receiving the olives، وبيتاكدوا انه النوعيه تقريبا هي ذاتها اكيد appropriate، وهي ذاتها لكل اللي بدهم يعصروا بيعصروا سوا. دكار يعني تكون الزيت مونوفرايتال مشان الجوده هو شيء، اما نزرع من هلا ورايح لانه نحن منتبهين لضروره الاهتمام بالصنف الجيد ونكتره ونشتريه سيرتيفايد ترو تو تايب واتسترا، وهو مقام. بس اذا اعتمدت صنف واحد بنفوت بمتاهه ثانيه، مثل ما هو الوضع بالكيوي فروت عالميا، في صنف عالمي وحيد والباقيين سكندري، بتجي آفة بتقضي على كل شيء. بدنا ننتبه له هذا الموضوع.
أسئلة؟ تفضل يا مدام. تفضلي مدام.
اوكي. كنت بدي جاوب على المسيو اللي كان هون اللي قال انه عمه قطع كل الشجر وهيدي جريمه بيئيه بامتياز. هول الشجر يلي دكتوره حضرتك قلتي عنهم بيبي، هول نحن كان بدنا اياهم لحتى بعد شي 100 سنه يصيروا اشجار معمره. بدي هني الطلاب يلي عم يشتغلوا على مسح شجر الزيتون المعمر بلبنان، لانه يعني هيدي المبادره فرديه عم بتكون من طلابنا، لانه في الجهات الرسميه ما عم بتقوم بواجبها. بس لحتى نحمي الشجر بشكل كتير رئيسي نحن بحاجه لقانون، نحن بحاجة لقانون لحتى يمنع انه نقطع هيدا الشجر، لانه فعلا هيدي جريمة بيئية، ولازم نشرك البلديات بهيدا القانون لحتى يكون في عندهم مسؤولية. لانه مين بده يراقب؟ يعني بيجي القوى الامنية ولا الجيش؟ ما كمان بده يكون في سلطة محلية هي عم بتقوم بدورها. بس بدي اختم بسؤال للدكتور يلي من يونان ودكتور من إيطاليا، أكيد زيتكم معروف ومشهور، بس بدي أسألكم عن الزيت اللبناني. أي زيت بأي منطقة دقتوه من لبنان ولقيتوه زيت طيب وبجودة عالية؟
We didn't taste yet. Tonight probably.
أكيد الخبراء منهم خبراء تذوق، هيدا الموضوع بيقوم فيه خبراء التذوق وبالتالي مش حيقدروا يجاوبوك، لكن أنا بقول لك أنا بجاوبك لأنه أنا خبير تذوق. أفضل زيت زيتون هو زيت الزيتون اللبناني. نحن قد ما حاولوا يقسموا يقولوا منطقة شمال وجنوبها، ما صغير كتير لبنان، ما بيحرز نقسمه. من خلال تجربتي يلي بتمتد ل 25 سنة لورا، زيت عكار بيشبه زيت الجنوب، وزيت الكورة بيشبه زيت الجبل، نحن بلد كتير صغير ما فينا نقسمه. ممكن. اوكي.
جودة الزيت بعد ما بينعصر، يعني انه هل هو بيتعلق جودته وطعمته بوقت عصره؟ يعني هو
بالنسبة لجودة الزيت هو بيلعب الصنف والبيئة، المحل ما هو زارعينه يعني من التربة والهواء والجو. أيوة. كل هيدا وطريقة العصر واخيرا التخزين.
انا بدي احكي عن طرق التخزين.
اخيرا التخزين. تفضل دكتور.
نعم، ميرسي كثير لكم، ميرسي على حضوركم ولهالنهار الطويل معنا.
بس معلش بدي اختم بالدعوه.
بس اذا بتريدي مدام، بس كمان بدي اتشكر. I would like to thank Professor Panos especially and Mike because they are part of the organization today. So thank you Panos and thank you for all the professors.
بس بدي اختم.
All the innovators مدام. ولو please بس ثواني. So thank you also for Enrico, for Adolfo, for Spiros, Professor Spiros and Professor Eleftaria, Professor Lamis, and thank you everyone. ميرسي لكم جميعا، وإن شاء الله بشهر 1 أو بشهر 2 راح يكون عندنا لقاء بعد ثالث B2B ايفنت ثالث إذا الله راد على الزيتون. So إن شاء الله قريبا بنرجع بنتلاقى عن جديد. ميرسي للجميع.
اوكي. تفضل قولي. تفضل.
قمر صابوني من عضو مؤتمر الأطراف للتنمية المستدامة الذي يعقد الآن من 6 إلى 18 نوفمبر الجاري في شرم الشيخ. الزيتون شجرة مباركة، لذلك مباركة ولأنها دائمة الخضرة، لذلك هو له علاقة وطيدة بملف الاستدامة الذي قررته الأمم المتحدة 2015 تعمل عليه جميع الدول العالم في المنطقة العربية وأفريقيا. فتزامنا مع مؤتمر الأطراف دولة 27 الذي يعقد في مصر الآن في شرم الشيخ، ندعو الإقامة إلى تحالف أو كيان بشكل دائم يتكاتف فيه العلماء والمجتمع المدني لدراسة قضايا البيئة المتعلقة بتغيير المناخ للتنمية المستدامة، ونشير لذلك في الاجتماع هذا ونعمل على ذلك تمهيداً في العام القادم في نوفمبر سيعقد مؤتمر المناخ في دورته 28 في دبي الإمارات العربية المتحدة. وفي هذا أشير إلى دعوة لتواجد تحالف من خلال إقامة منتدى إقليمي دولي يسعى لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة لجميع الأطراف، وليكون اجتماع بشكل دوري أو صيغة شهرية، لأن هذا الملف مهم